spread the announcement love.
Do you want me to do the election?
Kathy, do this.
I don't know. That works. I can't make the light up on that, so I assume
Not this time.
well, now the power cord's not plugged in, Dr. Hill. No, ma'am. Man, I didn't get anything out of it. Huh? Yes, ma'am, it is. Entirely. He just said you can start.
What does that mean?
I guess it means he intends to speak with Ms. Hudson for some time now.
Good evening. So I call this meeting to order.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Wheeler, roll call, please.
Dr. Bellamy? Ms. Hill?
Here.
Ms. Walker?
Present.
Mr. Signer?
Here.
Ms. Galvin?
Here.
And Dr. Bellamy.
Dr. Bellamy, are you here?
Present.
All right, announcements.
I'll go first. Tomorrow is Election Day. Polls open at 6 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. Voters can look up their own registration information and polling place online at vote.virginia.gov or call the voter registration office tomorrow at 970-3250 beginning at 6 a.m. At all polling places, curbside voting is available in the car for voters who are disabled or age 65 or older. An accessible ballot marking device is available inside each polling place. Voters must show a photo ID when voting. Voters who do not have an acceptable ID may apply for a free photo ID for voting in the voter registration office, even on Election Day, between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. Voters who have received an absentee ballot by mail and did not return it may personally return it to their local voters registration office before 7 p.m. on Election Day or take it to the regularly assigned polling place where they will be issued a replacement ballot. Again, please call the voter registration office at 970-3250 if you have any questions.
All right, so have a couple of announcements. The first one being Charlottesville has been recently recognized with the WaterSense Sustained Excellence Award by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, also known as the EPA, at the WaterSmart Innovation Conference. The city of Charlottesville received one of 21 WaterSense awards and only one of 9 Sustained Excellence awards for helping the Charlottesville community save water in 2017. This is the city's first Sustained Excellence Awards, which is the highest honor the EPA WaterSense program gives to organizations, and for which Charlottesville was eligible after having received 3 consecutive Promotional Partner of the Year awards from the WaterSense program. For more information on the city's water conservation program, please go to charlottesville.org/water conservation. City Council expresses its appreciation for the work of Crystal Rittervord's team in the Environmental Sustainability Division. I understand Ms. Jill Greiner, the city's Water Conservation Program Coordinator, is here to receive this award. Jill, are you here? Can we give Ms. Jill a round of applause, please?
Thank you, City Council, for the recognition. I really appreciate you taking the time to acknowledge this. It's a really great accomplishment that the City of Charlottesville has achieved through the great support from you all, as well as the City of Charlottesville and also the community, of course. We could not have gotten this award without the community's commitment to save water, and we're really always excited to find new and innovative ways to keep saving water as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have one more
Okay.
from Mr. Alexander. So, trying to pull it up really quickly.
Can I just squeeze in with something while you do?
Sure, please do.
It will be talking about this later on our regular agenda, but just for those who are paying attention more on the front end, start in mid-October, City Council distributed a survey, an opportunity to include feedback on the qualifications and qualities that council should be considering in its next city manager. And the survey is still active. You can find it on our website. It's been sent out by our communications office a couple times, but really want to encourage everyone in the community to take the time to provide feedback on that survey. Council will be reviewing all of it in total and sharing it with our search firm so that can be part of our consideration set as we move through this process.
All right. Thank you. So for those who don't know, Mr. Alexander is a local historian, one of the individuals, the Charlottesville 12, who first integrated the city schools. He sent us an email that he wanted us to, an announcement rather, that he wanted us to make called Words. Words matter more than we know at home, school, or wherever we go. Words can help hurt. This we all know. So think, then speak, and you will all grow. And this is from Mr. Alexander. He said, please let the community know that he'll be having a Words Matter competition coming soon. So please be on the lookout for that. So again, words matter more than we know at home, school, or wherever we go. Words can help hurt. This we all know. So think, then speak, and you will grow. And I think that's rather timely for our city council meetings. I know that there's been a great deal of conversation about things that have transpired over the past 15 months or so. There have been a lot of emotional meetings, a lot of people who feel very passionately about things that have transpired, and I think all of that is welcome. However, the way in which we do so needs to be in a sense in which we are leaders in our community. Whether you want to be or not, when you step up to this podium, people are looking at you as a community leader. While others are talking, let's try to make sure that we can be as respectful as possible, whether we agree or disagree, because we want to be able to have a variety of voices no matter who the individuals are. I've heard people from several different ends of the spectrum feel as if they do not feel comfortable coming to the meetings for a variety of different reasons. And these are people who are very passionate about social justice issues, one of which who was at the meeting last week, a mother I know, and she actually left the meeting because the climate that was here. It's been rather disparaging hearing from members of our community as well as elsewhere saying that when they see our meetings, we're looked at as a circus or a show. We've had a lot of traumatic events to take place. Let's try and get back to a point in which we move forward, not only with equity, but respect for all. And we can be the leaders in doing that. So I hope that we can do so moving forward. Words matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy. I agree.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bellamy. I agree as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and I just need to read this disclosure. Please let the meeting minutes reflect that pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.1-3115, I have filed a written declaration with the Clerk of Council stating that I am an employee of the Department of Parks and Recreation, and I am able to fairly and objectively participate in the hiring of a city manager. And this pertains to our second item on the agenda, the public hearing related to the city manager search process. All right, is there anyone that wished to speak on the consent agenda? Okay. Will you read, Mr. Willer, please?
Yep. Item A, minutes from the October 15th, October 22nd, October 24th, and October 29 council meetings. Item B, an appropriation, funding for the West Haven Clinic Coordinator position for $85,000, second of two readings. Item C, an appropriation, VDOT funding for multimodal improvements for $413,217, first of two readings. Item D, a resolution, transfer from the CIP of $560,347 as matching funds for multimodal improvements, first of one reading. Item E, a resolution, utility leak credit to Albemarle County Schools, Burley Middle School for $27,842.88, first of one reading. Item F, a resolution, approved statement of support for solar energy, first of one reading. And lastly, item G, an ordinance, quit claim gas easement to VDOT in the Riverside Village subdivision, second of two readings.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And I just have one question about item E. I'm sorry that I didn't ask it in advance, but just wanted to make sure, because part of the provisions that I read states that this leak that we must be notified of the leak early on, and I just want to make sure that this was captured after at least the first billing cycle. And do we have
Yeah,
that?
I have an email out to the utilities director
Okay.
because of the question, and I can only imagine because it's such an extraordinary bill that it was caught immediately.
Okay. So can we pull that until we know? Okay.
I'm fine with pulling. You need a second, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I'll second that for Mayor Walker.
Okay. All right.
Do we have to
So-
vote or
I think per your rules of procedure, if two of you agree to pull something off consent agenda, it goes to the end of the agenda tonight.
okay?
All right.
Is that what you want, Mayor Walker?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so A through G minus E, that's what we're voting on now. All right, all in favor? All right, so that carries 5-0. All right, next we'll have Mr. Murphy's response to the community matters from the last meeting.
I think from our last meeting, the few follow-up items are scheduling of work sessions for the Standards and Design Manual. Some follow-up is being done with that consultant right now to arrive at the additional costs, and imagine that will come to a future council meeting. I've asked Mr. Oberdorfer to come and as a response to Mr. Wash and talk a little bit about what we're doing to analyze the safety on the downtown mall. And so if it's okay, I'll ask Paul to come up for just a few moments now.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor,
evening.
Council.
Good evening.
So I thought it might be important to provide a little bit of background for the folks that are unfamiliar with the study that was provided on the downtown mall. As an outcome of what happened in August of 17, the city manager at that time wanted a comprehensive study of the downtown mall as well as the city government buildings in the local area through the Department of Homeland Security. So we went ahead and had Homeland Security come in and evaluate our buildings, and we engaged with an engineer that's on contract to provide services to the city to do the assessment. What we learned was that it's an area of expertise that the engineering firm and most engineering firms did not have. So we engaged with a sub-consultant that specialized in doing threat and risk assessments. And so that firm came and provided a scope of work that I shared with council back in early March. And we engaged with them in early July. In July, they came out and did a site survey. They interviewed city staff as well as a lot of the stakeholders down in the mall, and they provided a list of feedback items. On October 19th, we received the draft threat and risk assessment, and we are currently reviewing that document. Once there's been sufficient time for us to review it and to understand the corresponding data with the pedestrian and vehicular traffic counts, we're going to bring recommendations forward to council. And at that time, we'll re-engage with our engineering firm so that they can provide some detailed analysis of cost estimates and bid documents for construction.
So will we see the document before those recommendations?
Yes, so basically what we'll do is, city staff is we'll go through and make sure that we're in agreement with items that were identified, and then take from the menu of options that they provided what we feel to be the best and appropriate measures, and then we'll bring it before council.
Okay. But we will see the entire document.
Yeah, at some point, yeah, when the document's finalized, you will have it.
We'll need permission to release the document based on
FOIA.
the security analysis that's included in it.
So council won't see the document. is what you-
We're gonna need permission to release some of the details of the document. Is there other questions?
At this time.
Okay.
So thank you very much for giving us the background. And I guess, so we will be discussing this probably in December sometime?
I think it's clear that there's a budget impact if we go forward. I think that how this comes up with a comment about make them all pedestrian, it's part of a bigger question for council, right? Do we want to follow a lot of infrastructure recommendations, some of which are required or would be recommended regardless of whether you have the vehicular crossings. But then there is the additional matter of what kinds of things you're going to put in, right? What is the type of infrastructure? And if council wants to have what I think is a bigger community conversation about not letting people drive through the mall anymore, that's a little bit different, right? And you might put in static barricades instead of barricades that come up and down. But again, I think that's really a community discussion. There was a lot of discussion when those vehicular crossings were instituted, and I imagine there'll be quite a bit if you decide to close them. From a actual volume standpoint, I think we know that there's not enough volume to say they have to be there. But there is still discussion that I think you want to have with downtown people and businesses.
So how would we go about, Mr. Murphy, having that discussion? Would it be setting up a meeting with the Downtown Business Association and others? Because from my personal perspective, taking into account what's transpired, I think that just me personally, I believe that many in the community would be in support of us closing 4th Street just out of respect of what's transpired. So if we wanted to do that or move forward with that as a council, does that require a work session or a special community meeting, or what would be the steps? Because I would be very interested in pursuing that, especially after hearing your remarks in regards to volume.
Yeah. I would say that at the very least, you're going to need to have a public hearing on the matter, and it may be that you would want to have a work session on it.
Okay.
But we want to have all this data available to
First.
us before.
Oh,
having
what
this-
data?
The output of
The
the study that they're
traffic
doing.
count data is from an engineering firm. That could be easily provided.
But in terms of the recommendations coming from the consultant group who has been looking at this, along all of the whole comprehensive plan for making the mall more secure. That would be an input for me, at least, to be able to have a thoughtful conversation with the public about this.
I hear you.
But how do you have a thoughtful conversation if we can't even have access to all the information?
When you're describing what we can't have access to, it sounds like it's a security concern. I'm just trying to understand, like, what is it? Give me an example of what we wouldn't be able to have shared with
Well, he
council.
can't give you.
A type of thing.
So it's essentially the risks that they've identified, are vulnerable spots.
Right, so that you don't
And
have
so-
someone come in and actually take advantage of those vulnerable spots.
Right, so we could speak about the actual implementation of options of things that we could do infrastructure-wise to fix that. I'll give you an example. So one of the items on there was lighting, and lighting is a big issue, right? So what we did when we identified that right away, we went out and did a light survey. We found out Dominion has 12 lights out and City has 15 lights out, so we already have the work orders entered to correct that issue. But as an outcome of that, we look at the lighting quality, and the lighting quality is very poor. So we're looking at possibly switching over to LED fixtures before we add anything, is improve what we have. So without getting into the details of what the genesis of that recommendation was, we can just simply say, here are some of the items that we can do to fix it.
Well, Mayor Walker and Mr. Murphy, I would like to be able to see the recommendations from staff, and I think it would be a richer work session when we have that information, and we can then have a discussion as to who we would like to invite to that work session to participate or just to be in the audience. But I do want to get this information and with recommendations from staff based on this assessment.
Mr. Oberdorf, do we know how long that may take?
I'm sorry?
Do we know how long that may take in terms of?
That'd be up to Mr. Murphy. I mean, it's the holidays, and it's
Yeah.
going to be tough to get everybody together, but I would think at the earliest it would be after the first of the year.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the final matter for follow-up, as I have it, Madam Mayor, is that Ms. Carpenter requested a formal notice from the traffic engineer with regard to the determination for 10th and Henry, and she received it via email.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, next we're moving into community matters. Just be mindful of the 3-minute time frame. I did discuss at the end of the last meeting that I would focus on time. So first we have Susan Tasinga. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we all know that the Charlottesville schools have a mandate to offer equal opportunity to all its students. As the New York Times ProPublica article recently made clear, that isn't happening. I'm very glad that this issue is getting that kind of publicity. But there is another serious, life-threatening issue going on in the schools that are affecting all of our students of all ethnicities, which is not getting so much publicity, and that is bullying. Serious, sustained, life-threatening bullying, in person and online, is going on in the Charlottesville schools. When bullying is present, all students suffer. Those who bully others are usually themselves victims, among other things, of a school system which has failed to give them a sense of personal empowerment. And so they take out their frustration and rage on other students, similar to how a child who has been abused often abuses the younger sibling. So we have a situation where the bullies are not doing well academically or socially. Those who are victimized cannot function in school because they're walking around in terror. Scared children cannot learn. Grades fall. The incidence of suicide increases in schools. Children who have been bullied are 9 times more likely to commit suicide than a non-bullied child. Students who know about the bullying but don't feel empowered to speak are also being affected in the schools. My granddaughter, Cecilia Hernandez, is like the younger sibling who has been bullied seriously at Buford Middle School since September. This finally erupted in an assault on her by 4 girls near the downtown mall on October 13, which was publicized by CBS News. We are getting an excellent response from the principal at Buford, but we need more. Looking into Virginia law on bullying, I believe that the Charlottesville City Schools is not in compliance with the recommendations made by the Virginia Department of Education for how to handle bullying in schools. It's a very detailed manual, begins with having a bullying coordinator at the school district level. It means reporting every incident, having a written report on every incident. We have a folder of our emails to the school about bullying incidents that go back to early September. No written report has ever been made on any of them.
Thank you. Thanks.
Can I?
Thank you.
I'm not complaining about that school. I've got other things.
All right. Cassandra Mathis.
Hello,
Good
Council.
evening.
My issue won't take very long. It's pretty simple. It's about, I have a business on the downtown mall, and the trash situation has been kind of out of hand for a while, and I'm not sure if this is the right place to address it, but also dog shit. I have had to clean up, and I have actually had to hire somebody to help me clean up off the bricks. So I'm just wondering if we could consider like putting up the little doggy bags for people on the mall to, you know, to do that. I mean, I have them in my store. If somebody comes in and says, oops, my dog had an accident. But I mean, I know it's, you know, it's a relatively kind of simple issue, but it's, I think it's important. I think people should clean up after themselves, and that's all I had to say. I mean, I'm not sure where to go with this next. If this
Well,
was,
Mr. Murphy has it. All right.
Yeah. I actually thought we had dog waste bags on the mall, but we'll check with Parks and Rec.
but
I
they're
know
not
they're in
being
many
used,
parks.
I guess. And so what's next after that if they're not being used?
Well, Mr. Murphy will look into it, and then we should have an answer during the next committee
The next
matters.
meeting?
Yep.
Okay. And what about the trash collection? Just, overflowing?
Are you talking about waste that you put out for pickup?
No,
or are you
on
talking
the
about
trash cans
city
on
cans?
the city cans that get really full on Fridays and Saturdays.
I'll
And,
address it with those are Parks and Rec crews that come through several times a day during that period of time,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll have a response.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Burdell Fleming. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Ms.
I am
Burton.
Burdell Fleming, a lifelong resident of Charlottesville, a former educator in the Charlottesville City Schools, and I speak to you this evening as a representative of the Education Committee of the NAACP. In response to the ProPublica article, we have a response in today's newspaper. If you have not read it, please do so. I won't take up your time by reading it. It's quite lengthy. We are extremely concerned, discouraged with the results of that article. Many of us already knew it, we just didn't know the magnitude of it. And so we're asking you to pay particular attention. There are risks and costs to action, but they are far less than the long-range not appropriating and getting after it. I think this is what happened. We become very complacent. We ask that you would be mindful of the climate of low expectations that has been set for our brown and black babies in Charlottesville. That you would make sure in your work, because you do the funding, that you are vigilant, diligent, watchful with where funding is going, what programs are being rubber stamped. Look at things very carefully, because evidently children who are in the most need are not getting what they need. And if you always do what you always done, you always get what you always had. Okay, thank you, Sir Conner.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Burden.
you. Cecilia Hernandez. Cecilia Hernandez. Oh, she needs to come. Mary Carey.
Mary Curry, city resident. I
Good
agree
evening.
with Ms. Fleming. I agree with the lady that's got the bullying going on in the school, because a lot of bullying come from the teachers too, let's not forget. But anyway, I don't like coming up here and being told how I should talk. Y'all disrespected our mayor the first week she came in office. And y'all haven't supported her since, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of the city residents have seen. So, is it that you want her to do your bidding, or is it that you want her to be a good mayor? You have to ask yourself that. So, get to what I'm coming up here for. I don't like the fact that y'all talking about remodeling. I'm going to talk. Can I talk on that now or sign up for this Main Street redevelopment type thing?
When we get to it on the.
You want me to do it when I get to it? Now I don't know what to talk about. But anyway, there's so much going on out here, like you say. I mean, once you get on city council, it's not your thoughts that you're supposed to carry to the community. It's what everybody on the city council thinks that's supposed to go to the city council, to the people. And as far as the downtown mall is concerned, I don't see very many black people on the downtown mall when y'all have functions. And yet and still, y'all still get money. Give money to $75,000 to, you know, your ex people down there. But anyway, I think that when it comes to the downtown mall, I can remember, like my sister graduated from Burley High School, Miss Fleming, we marched from the church at Monticello Avenue and Avon Street all the way through Charlottesville, down through the Main Street, which is now the downtown mall, all the way up Main Street, down to Jefferson Park Avenue when I was in high school. That's the Burley High School band. People see, I've been seeing pictures 2 or 3 weeks about reminiscing the way Charlottesville used to look. Charlottesville was really beautiful. It's ugly now. It's ugly. And when I saw a picture of a lady saying, "Oh, look at that beautiful maple tree on Preston Avenue, which was facing the dairy that y'all getting ready to do something to," I said, take that picture now because it'll be gone in a month. All you see in Charlottesville now is beginning like Sodom and Gomorrah. You see a lot of watering holes, places to eat, hotels misguided, banks. But what do you see for people?
Thank you.
Nothing. Think about it.
We have Michael Payne. Michael here. Tony Wash Jr. Michael. Good evening.
See if I can find my glasses. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I would like to ask for clarification of a statement that the mayor made at the October 15th council meeting. and was published in the Daily Progress on October 17th. And I quote, "I am not in the business of trying to control people." I asked, if the mayor won't control these meetings, then who will? At a council meeting in July, the mayor got in a discussion with a woman right over there, sitting over there, who stated that she did not recognize the First Amendment to the Constitution or any other amendments to the Constitution or even the Bill of Rights. Then also at this meeting, there was a woman who was on the list of speakers, came up to address her council members. But because some in attendance did not like what she was saying, started yelling and screaming. So no one could hear her. Her husband saw how shaken she was and came up to comfort her, but the yelling and screaming only got louder. They gave up, and to add insult to injury, when they walked up the aisle, they were yelled at and even cursed at. I saw that the woman was crying when she passed me, so I went out to say that how sorry I am for the way she was treated. She said, and I quote, that they have lived in Charlottesville for 30 years. This is the first time she has come to a city council meeting, and it will be their last. She said that no person should ever be treated like she was. We all remember August 17th when the white supremacists came to our city and they shouted their ideas and beliefs and didn't allow anyone to express any different opinions. This is the same behavior that the fascists used in Europe back in the 20th century, if you remember. Now I ask you, what is the difference between them and those in attendance that will not let anybody speak their piece before the council? These meetings stopped being democratic months ago and are now just bordering on anarchy. These council meetings have been a disgrace to the city and an insult to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. So for clarification from me, I'm not in the business of controlling people, so that's clear. And I also wrote a piece recently on the 2-ish years that we've been dealing with trying to figure out under the former mayor and myself. I would like for you all to look at the 256 years of behavior that the city and the actions of the city. And if there's any other clarification needed, we can talk about it when we have break. Bruce Wardell.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
I wanted to thank you all for some of the attention that you've given for the, this is a really exciting topic, but the Standards and Design Manual, because that's really the building blocks of how we begin to develop the good places that we all want, the places on the mall, the places around the mall, affordable housing. I wanted to say a number of things, that this is one of the most important documents that we will consider as a development in the city as we move forward. And I would like to request that the city, and I saw that you had scheduled or are in the process of scheduling some work sessions, and unfortunately an amendment to the contract that you have with the existing consultant to sort of fix some of the things that haven't been done yet. But we wanted to just encourage you to continue the momentum, to sort of follow that through and pursue that aggressively. And specifically, I would like to ask that you generate a process that compares the side-by-side recommendations that between the staff's draft version and the Charlottesville Area Development Roundtable's comments on the document. Because we've had hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteers looking through that document, comparing it to the best standards around the country, and trying to make those things applicable to Charlottesville. And among the things that we're concerned about and think that our recommendations promote are that they would promote affordability by reducing pavement, eliminating unnecessary easement dimensions and other restrictions that reduce the buildability potential of the scarce city lots that exist, and promote more efficient and affordable standards rather than defaulting to the biggest or widest standard or sometimes just general standards that are included in the current document. And we can't make things more affordable if they are more expensive to build. I specifically know of a project right now that if the current easement options were adopted, a buildable lot would become unbuildable. And they also promote safety by adopting street and right-of-way guidelines that create a better balance between cars, bikes, and pedestrians. They insist upon narrower, slower speed, low-volume residential streets. It promotes great places by requiring that the guidelines reflect what we want Charlottesville to be rather than what the easiest or what the standard of any town USA might reflect. And and also following the proposals of the streets that work.
Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. I didn't see the light. Okay.
Christine Mahoney.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Christine Mahoney. I'm a professor at UVA and I direct social entrepreneurship at UVA. And I wanted to just make a note of support for item 4 on the agenda for this evening, the equity fund allocation for New Hill. A team of faculty and staff have been working alongside New Hill for 17 months now as they develop their vision of an African-American-led redevelopment initiative. They have made such tremendous progress. In those 17 months, they have established the first African-American-led community development corporation in our city's history. They've built a tremendous board. They've partnered with foundations and nonprofits and community development corporations and community development financial institutions around the country. They have partnerships with LISC, which is run by our former Secretary of Commerce, African-American Virginian, and who has deep roots here in Charlottesville, who's passionate about their work. I think they create the best opportunity for the city as they think about, to your point, righting the wrongs of the past 200 years, and particularly righting the wrongs of the demolishing of Vinegar Hill, which was a vibrant African-American community, as we all know, which not only had high levels of home ownership, but also flourishing African-American businesses. So New Hill's vision is to create pathways toward home ownership, to minority entrepreneurship. That's why I'm really passionate about supporting them. And they have built not only a tremendous team here in Charlottesville and an incredible first step at support, but the funding that they're requesting will allow them to begin really engaging in a community development process that will reach homeowners, community residents far and wide, and bring in an independent third party to help broker that process. As we know, this community is fraught with a lot of tensions, and there is a lot of healing that needs to be done. And if we can partner with national organizations that have been doing best practices in community engagement around the country, I think we'll be one step further in down that line. And so I thank you for considering that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Melvin Burris. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman.
Good evening.
Council people. Melvin Burris. Full disclosure, I'm also on the board of the New Hill Development. But I'll start out to say, as I read from a very knowledgeable person and listened to him, the place we live in shape our lives. So it's important that this New Hill development come into being. The mission of New Hill Initiative is to close the severe income and income gaps between African Americans and white Americans in Charlottesville, and to diversify not just how we do urban planning, design, and development in Charlottesville, but by whom. This would be the first African-American orientated developer in Charlottesville. We have many of them. Let's give them the opportunity to show how we can be inclusive in our planning here in Charlottesville and not just ignore them because of whatever reasons we may have, personal reasons we may have, but let's do it as a unit, okay? And I hopefully that we will do affordable housing as well as commercial and market housing. So it's the word I want to say, it's all together. It's not one or the other. You don't do one or the other. It's a mix. And so that's what we're looking for. That's what we want to do. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Gathers.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Evening.
Mayor Walker. I am not here to speak in opposition at all to the New Hill initiative. It looks like an incredible piece of work and long in coming. I would, if I offer any pushback whatsoever, I would like to have had more information, especially if the funds are going to be appropriated tonight. I realize that they've already been approved through the equity package, but if we're going to actually appropriate them, would have liked to have known what the budget entails, what the proposed outline is for planning, how that money may be spent, where the exact area is, a timeline for the completion of or the beginning of the project. Would have just liked to have had more information on the front end prior to a vote for expenditure. That's all.
Mr. Gathers,
Yes,
thank you
sir.
for your comments. Just for a point of clarifications, no funds have been allocated to New Hill at this point. The point in which they're being on the agenda tonight is to decide whether or not council will make the appropriation for this endeavor. But there's nothing that's come out of the equity package or anything like that thus far.
Oh, no, I understand that. I'm just saying that prior to the discussion, maybe a public hearing would have been appropriate just to discuss what the proposed plans were.
Gotcha.
Like I said, I'm not speaking against the project
Oh, yeah,
at
I
all.
got you.
It looks wonderful, but we'd just like we've had more information on it.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dave G. Gamandi. Hello.
Hello, Nakayan. What's up, bootlickers?
Good evening.
Assata Shakur said that nobody in the world, nobody in history has ever gotten their freedom by appealing to the moral sense of the people who were oppressing them. I think that the brothers and sisters, we need more self-respect and dignity than to come here begging for our human rights and freedoms. I'm appalled by the way that council responds to things that they don't like hearing. But I'm not surprised that puppets for the rich and powerful ignore us, insult us, or will call a cop-up for rebuttals. We won't get free in these chambers because these chambers are the master's house. I think that we can accomplish more by working together with a self-help mindset than we can coming up here twice a month and begging. Despite how they treat us, I think that we are smart and can figure out how to organize and build the world that we want by lifting each other up. Politicians are not our leaders, especially not puppets like Bellamy. Their loyalties lie with the Democrat Party, not with the people. You all serve the rich elites and then turn around and try to misdirect us and waste our time by telling us to go to another meeting or to fill out another survey. And we won't get free through elections. Malcolm X said that a ballot is like a bullet. You don't throw your ballots until you see a target, like Nakaya was. And if that target is not within your reach, then you put the ballot back in your pocket. No slave ever got free by voting. But the capitalists, the owners of this country, and the shills want to herd us to the polls like sheep tomorrow to vote in a false choice. I also have a confession to make. I used to be a Democrat. I voted for Obama, or should I say Obama, who was the drone president and deporter-in-chief. The Democrats show that there's no way to vote against the banks, against war, against poverty, or against deportation. The businessmen own and control both political parties, and working people don't have a party that represents our interests, that's anti-racist, anti-war, and anti-capitalist. So I don't think that we should be scared or shamed into voting in tomorrow's farce. Instead, we need to become ungovernable. We need to educate and motivate each other and organize and build the future that we desperately need by any means necessary. We need to reach out to each other and meet in the streets, the classrooms, and the living rooms. I believe in socialism because I believe in the people and the 99%. So all power to the people. Good night, Nikaya, and good night, bootlickers.
Thank you. Rosia Parker.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Evening, good afternoon, however. It's nighttime. Wes, I understand that you're saying that respect how we as leaders should come forth. But when you have harmed us from the past, and y'all expect business to be as usual, and y'all expect us to be transparency, we can only come to an agreement and act in the way that y'all treat us. And Mike, you would never look over me, because still I rise. And especially after watching that movie, you ought not open your mouth to say anything except I apologize to the city of Charlottesville. And Mr. Murphy, I have a very important request from Miss Cookie Smith. She would like this to be done before her eyes close, and that could be any day. She would like to speak with Chief Brackney in her living room. Can we make that possible for her this week? Yeah, it was Friday. And she would like this done before she closed her eyes, because she need closure. And when are we still going to go back looking for Sage? When are we still back going looking for Faye Tinsley? When are we still going to go back looking for Quinn Wolfok? How many more times do we have to keep looking on this TV and looking at little white children being missing in Albemarle County and Charlottesville jump to the rescue? But our black bodies are still missing, and there's no answer. And then our police chief is going to only go back to what was now when she came. That's very offensive to us as taxpayers, because there's information that should have been out to us that still ain't out. And as city councilors, if y'all want respect, you got to earn respect. So if you give it, you get it.
So you're saying that Ms. Smith asked just to have a conversation with this police chief? That's fine. Okay. Jarvis Stewart. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you, Madam Mayor? I'm not going to take much of your time. Councilors, good seeing you. I am new to Charlottesville. I actually live in Washington, D.C., and I've been invited down to help New Hill, as well as other organizations, begin to think a little differently and a little bit more expansive as it relates to affordable and affordable housing and entrepreneurship in the city. I'm excited about it. I think we have some good ideas on paper, and we're going to move forward with even better ideas. As I mentioned to the organizers of New Hill and some of the other organizations, I do think nationally there's a lot of funding, both in Washington, D.C., as well as from impact investors that is interested in Charlottesville and would like to work with the council as well as with organizations to figure out how we can infuse capital here so that people that live here can own their homes and be a part of a broader agenda of growth and revitalization. And that includes the public school system. I think, as another young lady mentioned earlier, we know that they are somewhat under threat right now, have some serious challenges, but I think the best way to begin to attack or to address issues around public education and housing is obviously have a stronger economic base. So whatever role I can play in this process, I look forward to it. And thank you for your service. And Madam Mayor, thank you for your hard work and dedication to the people of Charlottesville.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Carpenter. Good evening.
Good evening. Nancy Carpenter, city resident. One fact I want to pass on to you all that I think city staff ought to be realizing is that in 1987, low-income tax credits started for 30 years. So the first units in this country are starting to go offline on those projects. There are quite a few here in Charlottesville. The National Low Income Housing Coalition says that by 2030, about 486 million units will come offline as low-income tax credit programs. They will either revert to fair market rent, and who knows where in the sky they will be, or they'll be torn down because they have outlived their useful life as housing options. So it's something that I think our Planning Commission, whatever boards and commissions deal with what's happening in the future, to consider that a fact and to hopefully have it shown up in some of our plans as they come forth, because we will probably lose units somewhere after 2030 because some of these were not built that long ago. I'm interested in this New Hill Development Corporation, but I want to push back on a different reason. Every day, I talk to folks who look like, I think the folks that will be the beneficiaries of New Hill Development Corporation. And to know that there's $500,000 that could be appropriated for this program sounds good, but I look at how much $500,000 could do to people who are in affordable housing. I mean, granted, all renters are rent burdened like we all are, paycheck to paycheck sometimes, but for a serious medical emergency, a serious car repair, having to go out of town for a death of a loved one, something that happens at their job, something that happens in all facets of life, and you fall behind in your rent and you just cannot make that second month up. You just don't have the wherewithal in your network to make that rent up. Could there be something as far as this corporation comes forward that we look at, $2,000, for some people, $2,000 is all it takes to get back on that playing field so that they're going forward like they were before they had that stumble. And it's no fault of their own. And to know that a lot of services come and beg through the ABRT process for funding to help try and do some of that. And there is, I know it's a special fund and it had a special focus to look at. And 17 months is a long time of talking. That's a lot of conversation. Didn't realize it was, wow, that's a lot of meetings. I can't even imagine how many meetings. But that there are folks out here that could immediately use some of that funding to immediately keep them in housing as well as the focus as it will be in the future for New Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carpenter, I have a quick question, if I may. Not to pull you back like that.
Yeah, you did.
So, in regards to the fund and what you're describing, would that be similar to like what you do at the Haven or like with AIM? Is that what you mean?
That's kind
For
of
those
what
who
I'm
know,
talking about.
AIM is
exactly. I
yeah.
mean, the need. Well, I don't want to talk out of church, but I feel like the need has increased over the past year, and I think that's indicative of the disparities of income. I think it's indicative of the economic realities of this, of this world that we live in,
Mhm.
and I don't know, how we're going to fully address it, but.
Mhm.
Even if like in my neighborhood, we have a house. I knew who lived there. They're not living there now. It's now looks like been gutted, and it's Assist to Sell is marketing the
Right.
product, which is a company that usually helps
Right.
with foreclosures, and they're selling it for like $159,000. It may already be purchased, and then I know it'll be upgraded. And things like AHIP can go into places like that and maybe put in a hot water heater or put in windows or put in doors.
Right.
To
So
keep these people.
You bring up a very a good point. So, Mr. Murphy, is it possible to find out by the next council meeting, or I don't know if you know offhand, if the city currently provides funding or resources to programs such as the Haven or AIM for these emergency funding kind of situations? And if not, then I would be interested. I'm sorry. Huh?
Increase it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ms. Carpenter is aware that we do fund those, and absolutely, I think what she's asking for is to put more money in.
Increase it is what you said.
The city does fund emergency assistance, and the Haven is part of the screening for that process.
Right.
In addition, I would point out that you fund nonprofits like AHIP, as Nancy has said, and also you have $900,000 invested in the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program,
Right.
which is kind of in that same vein. So there's
People are
many.
finding housing. That's a great program. I've run into a lot of people that are finding housing with that supplemental program. That's great.
Just ask, like, so to that point, we are addressing the need in that regard to a certain extent, but in your opinion, we could be addressing it more, maybe increasing the amount of dollars to the Haven or to the emergency funding or whatnot. That's okay. All right. I would be interested in one, Mr. Murphy, if possible, and Mayor Walker and the rest of council members, finding out what that number is now that we're providing for a multitude of different agencies through emergency funding. And if it was possible to look at if we could provide or have a clear-cut need and have the data to back it up, look at us increasing the number after we can get maybe a presentation of some sort, or maybe even hear from the different service providers of what the need is now, where they've seen the increase. Because I don't think it has to be either or. We may be able to do both. So is that clear? I know I said that. You get it?
What are the inputs the city's currently providing via budget?
Right.
For rental assistance, repairs, and other ways to help people get housing.
Right. Well, not just housing though, because I think it's the emergency funding.
We've got the emergency assistance might help somebody keep their car, or something like that. Yeah,
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. And maybe a future urgent item. I'm not saying. I mean, obviously our upcoming agendas are packed, but I would love to. Mayor Walker's face. I would love to see that maybe an agenda in a presentation form. If not late December, maybe in January, just so that we can.
And I just want to remind council that we are looking at the overhauling the ABRT process
Right.
and being more strategic with funding. So instead of spreading thin, giving maybe a lot of money to some areas, and just changing the way that we're doing this process now, so that we can maybe see a greater impact instead of funding and not seeing desired outcomes. So
Right.
every ask, there's also, that to, and we've been working on that since July, and hope to have something to present, soon, but
And
just
kudos
keep that
to
in mind.
you and Vice Mayor Hill, I think, for leading that effort.
Mayor Walker, I'd like to make a comment relative to Ms. Carpenter's statement. It's related to the New Hill, and the New Hill project is related to the small area plans. We've got about 12 areas of the city that really need to be reimagined and repurposed if we're going to ever accommodate the 3,300 units of affordable rental housing that we've just discovered that we need. And by 2040, that's going to be over 4,100 units. So the only way we can do that is by revisiting areas that we think are already developed, but are really not fully at capacity. And this area, which used to be called Vinegar Hill, which is now called Star Hill, has areas in it. One of it is the city yard. What we need to be looking at this in a very far-seeking, far-visioning manner, so that we're not dealing with crisis every time. We've got to expand our land supply. And this is an amazing opportunity to have it be led by an African-American community development corporation. So this is a small area plan, operated, managed, led by an African-American company. So I just want to get that in your mind, that the goal is to expand housing and housing choice from affordable home ownership to affordable rental. And also include entrepreneurship, so that there's actually a way for our African-American community to close the wealth and income gaps that we'll be talking about later. But I did want to get that other picture out there, that this is a way to expand our supply of land so that we can actually deal with the hard problems that are ahead of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gregory Robertson? No. Cecilia Hernandez, is she?
Is she back? Stay. Oh, Greg. What's up, man?
Hey, Mr. Bellamy.
You getting big, man.
Yes, sir.
That's Gregory Roberts.
Okay, Gregory, hi.
Hi. I can begin?
Mhm.
Okay. My name is Gregory Robertson. As some as you may remember, I came to speak at City Council 5 years ago. I came to help raise awareness not only for the years of torture and physical abuse that I experienced while attending Charlottesville City Schools, but also to raise awareness for the thousands of other kids who were forced to go through the same thing that I did. I know many of you may not remember, so I will remind you. While I was attending Charlottesville City Schools, I was relentlessly and brutally bullied for all the years that I attended. I was punched, kicked, and spit on more than once. I came then to try and ask for something to be done to prevent anyone else from having to experience that. I come here tonight for a similar reason. I have recently been in contact with a 12-year-old girl. In my time of knowing her, we have discussed much, including her experiences at Charlottesville City Schools. It has infuriated me to find out that she has been having to persevere through the same experiences that I did. Over 5 years have passed, and it seems as if nothing has changed. These poor, helpless, defenseless little kids do not deserve the treatment that they receive from their peers. It is not kids being kids. Being pushed and shoved and kicked and spit on while lying on the ground praying that it would just stop, as I did, is not kid behavior. I come tonight to ask you, do you care? If you do care, then why is more not being done? Why are kids 5 years later experiencing the same things that I did? Why have you as a city council not been able to make the changes that are needed to prevent not only I, but so many other kids, to give them the help that they desperately need? How do you expect us to learn and be successful in life when we cannot feel safe in the place we are required to do so? I come here tonight to beg you. I am truly begging you to do something more than what has been done. If not for me, if not for the girl that I've talked to, then for your own children and for the thousands of other children all around Charlottesville. Thank you for your time.
So we're gonna break. What's happening?
They already went back.
Closing the door. When the black person gets shot. No, we stopped the meeting. No. But you were done? Were you not done? No, well,
Yes, that's all I had to say.
Okay. You just wait till we,
Yeah. But we'd like to
open the meeting
respond.
back up.
But
Mhm.
About 16. No, we had 16. Oh, yeah.
you just want to take 5 or?
She said a recess. They're in recess.
Testing, testing.
There was a three-year so it is a money, is in place. There's a lot of money in here.
We're live now.
Dr. Bellamy?
Let me take his place.
You know where Weston?
Thought he was behind me.
All right, we're going to call this meeting, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Dr. Bellamy, we're starting the meeting. All right, were there any comments from the?
Yeah, I understand there was a request earlier, and it was regarding, and I know we've received communications around a task force being formed. I'm assuming these items have been brought also to our school board during their recent meeting. I understand some people spoke. Were you there?
No, ma'am, I actually didn't get to finish. If that would be okay if I could finish my statement, if that would be okay.
Oh, that's not for me to decide.
Oh, I thought you said thank you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how much time was left,
Yep.
Mr. Will?
1 minute.
Okay.
It's
Oh.
not long. Okay.
All right.
Just moments ago, I had to go and lay on the ground with my friend who collapsed and began having panic attacks and seizures due to the post-traumatic stress that she received from her experiences at Charlottesville City Schools. If this does not prove to you that this is important and that something needs to be done, then I don't know what does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. So it's my understanding that, oh, sorry.
I just asked a question around if, I know that some folks were going to be bringing some of these concerns to the school board and raising the idea of a task force, and I was just curious if what the response was from the school system, if anyone knew what those plans, if they were in place. It certainly falls within their purview.
Mayor Walker, may I respond? I don't know, but Councilor Signer and I were talking that perhaps we could include that in our next school board city council lunch, that we get an update and so that we get a better understanding of what the school division is doing currently. It isn't our purview, but it is important that we understand what's being done.
I think this is a great time to learn how to interrupt.
So they've had.
Tanisha,
No, seriously.
I do know
Mr.
that.
Garrity been pimping the school system for a very
But
long time.
Tanisha,
This is a really good time to ask what.
No, there's a time at the end of the meeting. We talked about time.
But why we gonna bully, and that's important. I'm sorry. Peer
So-
mediation is more.
So I do know that the matter at hand, I know the schools have attempted to address it in some capacity. I know that the schools have tried to address it in some capacity. I think the particular situation, there's several different layers to it. So I would also be interested in hearing what the schools provide. Mr. Murphy, I don't know if you can provide any update legally. But if not, I understand.
I know that the schools have met. I think that we heard the grandparent say that she was pleased with the Buford principal's response. I think that they're particularly interested in what is the systemic response, right? What does the Charlottesville City school system do more globally on bullying? And so we know at different ages there are different bullying programs. I know they implemented many years ago the OWAIS bullying prevention system for at least some of the grades. I believe that some of the violence prevention stuff they do is consulting with one of the leading experts in the country who happens to live here, Dewey Cornell. So I would imagine that the school system could do a good job telling us what they're doing today and what else remains undone. And I don't know what the date is of the next council school board time together. I would just worry that that may be too far
Too
out.
far out, okay.
I think it's fair for us to get an update, even if it's not in an in-person meeting from them immediately.
Just a statement?
Yeah.
Well-
Understand what,
Yeah, I was going to say, and I found your story very brave and very moving. And my father-in-law works on anti-suicide, is a social worker who works on anti-suicide or suicide prevention with kids in schools, and has seen a real skyrocketing rate in Massachusetts in the public schools where he works. And these are, we've heard a couple different questions about the schools tonight, and it's really tough because when you have independent, separate school boards, it gets very tricky when the city council starts getting involved and saying, here's what we think you should do with our dollars. And we've had some tough, not on topics as tough as bullying, but I would like to know, I mean, we have pushed that boundary some. There have been real discussions about, hey, this is what we think about the schools, and we do give you all the money, and they kind of push back pretty quickly. But and Ms. Galvin was a member of the school board, but it's always a dynamic. It's always a dynamic, and I think I would like very much to get them the issues that have come up today, because we are having folks come to the city council about school issues and deliver them to them and say we would. I don't know if we get. I mean, there are 3 specific issues that came up, I think, but it's not us, saying do this, because we're not allowed to do that in the independent system. But we are the funders, and we do have the right to ask questions. And
if I may
Yes,
add
I'd
to
love to know from your
that, because
background.
while I was on the school board, there was a federal grant that was done, a 3-year grant that actually was an anti-bullying program, and as I understand it, it was very successful. When the grant ended, so did the program. So I just want to, again, prepare this money, there's dollars involved. So if we want to reactivate that with local money, because the federal government is not funding such things, then we need to be prepared to pay for it.
All right.
So is there a way of us relaying these specific? I mean, it hasn't happened very often that we get school-specific questions that are matters of the public, but it has happened several times.
I'll absolutely speak to Dr.
And
Eckers
then,
tomorrow.
and then you can include those in your next report to us, and then at least we include it. So.
So next we have the public hearing on public engagement for the city manager search process.
so as I mentioned a little bit earlier, City Council recently engaged S. Renee Narlock and Associates to conduct executive recruitment services for the next city manager on behalf of the city of Charlottesville. Part of the firm's duties include gathering and considering input from council, city staff, and the general public for the recruitment process. So we had public hearings on the search process held both August 6th and August 20th. And additionally, as I mentioned earlier, in mid-October, a community survey was launched, and the survey includes opportunities to provide feedback on the qualifications and qualities council should be seeking in the next city manager. And again, that closes on this Friday, November 9th. So that input may be considered as we develop the advertising materials for this position, and as well as the process that follows. So we put a high priority on our community participation. This hearing is designed to gather any additional feedback specifically on public engagement throughout this process. These last 2 public hearings have been focused more on the qualities and qualifications of the city manager, and this is really specifically looking at the public engagement from this point forward. And for council to align on the framework tonight, hopefully the engagement process begins in earnest right now. So really our goal as a council is after we hear from the public and have a chance to engage with Ms. Narlock, who has met with each of us one-on-one today. And I think our goal is to try to understand what is this process that we can all align on looking forward to the end. The timeline for this is starting right now and running through late February, possibly early March.
All right.
So we could either have, I mean, if Ms. Narlock wants to say anything kind of introductory, I think we kind of talked about just kind of laying out some of the processes that she has seen in other communities, and then if the public wants to weigh in, it might give them just some kind of context in terms of some of the options that have been done in other places, and we're open to going in other routes as well.
That's fine. All right. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As Vice Mayor said, I'm Renee Norlock with Norlock and Associates, and we have been selected to partner with you on this search for new city manager for the city of Charlottesville. We are an executive search firm that specializes in public sector search. I have personally been doing recruitment for 25 plus years now for a variety of organizations, large and small, nationwide, for a variety of positions, including city managers. I do want to thank you for selecting us, again, to partner with you in this. It's a very important project. This is a very important decision for the city of Charlottesville. We do appreciate your vote of confidence in us as a firm. That said, we were, as you know, on site today, meeting with you as council members and with some other folks, and we'll be here tomorrow doing the same to get input about the city manager process. What I'm hoping to do is to have a picture painted for me by this input of what the ideal candidate looks like, what I call the ideal candidate, because that establishes our target and helps us to know what we're looking for in our recruitment efforts, and then even as we move further along in the process. Some of the things that were important to us that we asked for were traits and characteristics of a city manager, as well as background and experience, and then beyond the person itself that we're recruiting for, it was important for us to get a handle on and understand some of the issues and challenges that are currently facing the city of Charlottesville, again, so we can match up skill sets and match up candidates that will come in and best serve the city. I understand that you, as a council, have reached out to the community on the front end of this process, as I understand it, through some meetings that you've done on site, as well as the survey that was mentioned earlier, and public meetings and public input, and I appreciate that we're having some more tonight. I appreciate the ability and the opportunity for me to be present at this meeting. I think it's very helpful to me, again, to understand the whole of Charlottesville and what we need to be looking for in a candidate. So all of the input that I will be getting from you through the survey, through meetings that you've had, as well as the information I garnered today and even tomorrow while on site, all of that will be very, very helpful to me, including the community's input. That's not just falling on deaf ears. I want to make that clear. We are listening. We're on a listening tour here. It's important for us to get a 360 on this city to really understand what it's going to take in a leadership role here to move you forward. That said, I want to just quickly, if I may, Mayor, just cover some of the types of processes that we have seen or done over the years and talk about the value of those. Certainly at some point in this process, there are certain things that, again, we'll talk with you further when we meet with you to determine what you want to do. But examples of things that we have done previously include things such as having a meet and greet for the finalist candidates, an open community event where you put the word out in the community, come and meet the city manager candidates if you'd like, get a chance to talk to them, interact with them in a social setting. We find that to be very helpful not only to the candidates, but to the community, as well as to you as a council. Something else that we typically have seen done is somewhere along the way when we're interviewing finalists, if you want to include what I call an external panel to the process, I think that's helpful too. What I would suggest, or what I've seen done, and I feel works well, is perhaps we have a panel of, say, 5 community members, perhaps one appointed by each of you to serve in that panel, to do a round with candidates and, again, weigh in on their impressions of candidates. So you have that element of feedback from the community at large. And then other things that we've done is made sure that when they're on site, we have a guided tour of the community by someone who knows this community inside and out, and just to give them that scope. They may be from the community, maybe they don't want a tour, maybe they know it all, but that's something that we just generally like to offer. Also, probably a meeting with your department head, your senior leadership team, where they could interact with the candidates, and again, it affords the candidates an opportunity to see the team that you have in place, and kind of get to know Charlottesville a little bit better from that perspective. That said, I think we're off to a good start here. I think your timeline is pretty accurate. I do want to say again that I've been doing this for a really long time. I commend you for using an outside search firm, and we will be doing a national recruitment for talent. That doesn't mean someone won't have ties to Charlottesville. There may be someone somewhere else that went to school here, grew up here. You never know. But we're gonna scour the nation for good, strong candidates. So I think that's basically it. My information will be available in the advertisement that we place for this, which will be on the city's website, also on the HR page. So if there's any community member that doesn't have a chance to be part of whatever we may do, they're welcome to call me. I know somebody said, "You sure you want to put your number out there because you may be flooded with phone calls?" That's okay. If somebody feels like they need to share something with me and they don't get an opportunity in this meeting or in some of the other meetings that you've had, I want to make sure that there's a way for them to do that, Mayor. Okay. I think that's it. Any questions?
Any questions?
I think we'll discuss after,
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And we've released a community survey. I've had a couple community dinners, and we've been having employee luncheons to get feedback on this search process. So every Tuesday at 1, we've been having luncheons. We've had 2 community dinners so far at First Street and West Haven Community Center. And then the survey is out. So really, attempting. I know there was some feedback this weekend on Facebook about, there are a lot of surveys and tired of, filling out surveys. But we're really trying to reach as many people, as possible. I know the last survey that we did, Dr. Bellamy and I, we were out door to door. It's hard to do all of the work we have to do, family, work, full-time, this double full-time position on council, and, get door to door. But we are attempting in each, in every way that we can to make sure that we are hearing voices. And the survey, we are actually reading them. We're, taking copious notes when we're in these meetings. We're taking a lot of, feedback from employees. They've been employees who told us that they haven't been asked the questions that we're asking since they've been here. One person said 30 years. So we're really in every possible way trying to make sure that from community members to, employees, that people feel like that, they own this, because you do. And we want to, get this right. And maybe, sir, the survey part is, a bit overwhelming because we do have them coming from a lot of angles right now and trying to, but I hope you look at that as, that we really want to hear from you and trying to figure out how to do that when we can't go door to door for everyone. All right.
Just before you move forward, I think it's important to give both you and Vice Mayor Hill a great deal of kudos for leading council in this search. I don't think the public quite knows, because we don't have, we're currently working to fill the city clerk position, and we have a lot of things that we're working on in terms of the city. Both Mayor Walker and Vice Mayor Hill decided to take on this task, and they have kept all of us in the loop, dated every day. They've sent us a lot of emails, which made sure that we all were included. They've shown a great deal of teamwork, and I really appreciate you both going out and getting us the best possible search form that I think that we could get. And I'm really, really looking forward to us bringing in a phenomenal city manager. But on the front end, you two have done phenomenal work, so thank you both. Is it possible if we could give these ladies a round of applause, please?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So do we have people on there?
Yeah, the list. And we've also, just since we have a few seconds, but we also hopefully have wrapped up the search for our clerk. So hopefully we'll be able to, get that wrapped. But the closed sessions that have happened, that's what they've been, the interview process for that. So we're really trying to, get some of the stuff wrapped up so we can free up some of our time for what you elected us to do. And we have people in positions that, in our office that are helping us with some of this administrative stuff. All right, so first on the list for the public, so I'm going to open up the public hearing for the city manager search process, and we have Lena Seville.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Thanks. So I wanted to talk with you about the city manager's position. I'm going to circle back to it. It may seem like I'm off topic, but it's going to come back to it. So I've been, as a member of a board and commission, I've been working on the community engagement part of the comprehensive plan. It's a new chapter, and expected to have the comp plan before council, I think, next month, and we have yet to see a draft of the community engagement chapter. So we're saying that that we need to put the brakes on and go through a full community engagement process on this over the next, 6 months or so. And so I think it's going to be really important that the new city manager thinks that this process of changing how we do community engagement to think about community empowerment is going to be really important. Because staff is going to take direction from the city manager's office, and we're going to be trying to redevelop the way we do community engagement over the next 6 or 9 months, and that's going to be either become a priority or it's going to sort of fall away. I'm not asking for the new city manager to be an expert in community engagement, but if that person at that level makes it clear to staff that this is important, and it's important to me, and I hope it's important to you. I think it is. I mean, you've been paying a lot of attention to it. So, I think it would be important for the new city manager to really want and expect staff to connect with the community in ways it maybe hasn't before, and offer training maybe. And not just as part of the comp plan. We're trying to use this to develop a process that goes beyond just the comp plan every 5 years, something that's ongoing. The kind of things that would be used for what we do with West Second or the Neighborhood Leadership Institute, or we need a rethink of our community engagement, and that starts with letting the participants or the people, the public, design their participation. Like, they have to be involved from the very beginning of how they want the process to go. And that's why we think it really needs to have its own separate time frame for it. Because when a chapter can be prepared in time for council, but not in time to go back to the public, with even a draft, it's late in the process, and we want, one of the core principles, the public should be involved before the very first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanisha Hudson.
I'll be off topic a little bit too. Tanisha Hudson, 116 Longwood Drive. First off, city manager process. The streets are really important. We can't continue to talk about redevelopment and we can't even accommodate traffic in this town. How long it take y'all to get downtown? Seriously, when we talking about bringing in new developments, we need to bring in some new streets. We need to expand some streets, build some beltways, bypass. Something got to be done. Ridge Street is absolutely ridiculous at 5 o'clock. 5th Street is absolutely ridiculous at 5 o'clock. Fontaine is absolutely ridiculous after 5 o'clock. All of these streets are, if you go off the bypass, coming by Bodo's on 29, the pipes are coming through the street. Have y'all paid attention to that? This city is so focused on middle class to rich people that we're forgetting what is really important. We can't grow, and we got 4 main streets, 64, 250, Rugby Road, Main Street. It's ridiculous. Like, I mean, it's other things that y'all have to take into consideration around here than just keep putting up like multiple developments. And low income housing is needed. I'm not saying that it's not. It's very well needed. Kathy, you said something about bringing in we need 3,300 homes. It's gonna be 41. We knew that 50 years ago, lady. We knew that 50 years ago. We knew that. We knew that when they took Vinegar Hill. We knew that when they took Gospel Hill. We knew that when they took this black neighborhood right over here by the slave auction block. Y'all knew that. You knew it coming in here. All of y'all know this history around here. And y'all know how they've done black people. Y'all know that. We could redevelop Hardy Drive. You could rebuild Hardy Drive. You could rebuild First Street. They got a whole baseball field. They don't even use the field. Somebody's dog probably used the bathroom on the field. Now let me get off topic. People with these dogs. I was at Washington Park filming for my documentary.
Tanisha?
No,
It's
city
a search
manager need to
process.
know this. City manager need to know this, the new one coming in. Somebody had their dog on the sliding board. The dogs was in the swimming pool. Like, the disrespect is ridiculous. The city manager that's coming in needs to be all for changing the power structure. The mayor should have the power, not the city manager. Washington Park and Parks and Recs need to go back to being accommodating for children. The new Parks and Rec system is absolutely horrible. The new city manager needs to handle that. I mean, the list goes on what we need to fix in this town. And y'all all sit up here like, I'm all for it. I really want to do it. Really make it happen, though. Don't just talk about it. We've been talking for 100 years. Have a good night.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak about the, okay. This is city manager search process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You calling me out?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just reminding.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Gary. That's my fault. That's my fault.
It's important that, first of all, I applaud you, young lady, from the search committee. And I heard what you said about making a nationwide search and possibly having someone with ties to the Charlottesville community. I think it's equally as important that you look within internally, because I think that we do have some very viable people who could do a magnificent job in that particular position if given the opportunity. So I think that someone who is already invested in the city, if such a person exists, also should be considered and be considered highly for the position. The new city manager, whoever that individual may be, he or she, will have to be a bridge builder, because once again, there is a huge lack of trust between the communities that you serve and the leadership that sits in these positions. So someone has to be willing to go out and do the tough grunt groundwork that'll be necessary to try to regain and rebuild that trust. And they also need to look at it through eyes and through filters as to what's best for the city. It may not be spending millions of dollars on beautification of streets or tree plantation or bike lanes. It may be earmarking some of that money for reinstituting the anti-bullying program in the school system. It may be that we need to go out and figure out how best to invest some of the monies that sit there towards redevelopment of housing, or towards affordable housing and towards affordable home ownership. And that individual has to be aware of the problems that exist in this city already. It would truly behoove us to have someone who has the finger on the pulse of what's already going on in the city and what continues to go on in the city. It's imperative that we bring in someone who is willing to spend the hours, to do the work, to get out into the neighborhoods and find out what is necessary from the residents of the neighborhoods, especially those that are most in need, the low-income residents in low-income neighborhoods in the city. So I implore you, I urge you during your search that you do consider these things, and that you would, once again, be certain to look internally, because I think that we do have some very viable people who are capable of doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Carey, city resident. City manager. I remember when Maurice Jones was the sportscaster on Channel 29 News. Then he was like our public affairs person. And I followed his career all the way to the day he left. I think the new city manager should be able to come to Charlottesville with some experience, like maybe experience from another place where he has been or she has been city manager for more than 5 years, to know how to run a city with a lot of people, with a lot of problems, because that's what Charlottesville is. It's a lot of problems for low-income people and people of color. To go back with what Ms. Hudson said, infrastructure is terrible. I mean, like Ridge Street. When I was married, I lived on Ridge Street before all of that reconstruction came in there, or whatever you call these things. Y'all do that nowadays. Now, it used to be a beautiful neighborhood. You got grass growing through the concrete. You got cracked sidewalks. I mean, it's no longer a black neighborhood anymore. People have to have permit passes and things. It's ridiculous what's going on in Charlottesville. Y'all talking about building down on City Yard. I used to go through there going home from school. That used to be a black neighborhood. City manager needs to know that while they're approving things that to build hotels and tear down communities, the city manager coming in needs to know what happened to the communities that were here. They're gone, and y'all trying to tear some more down. But I think that city manager, whoever y'all pick, shouldn't be a friend. It shouldn't be somebody that got a degree in business. It should be somebody that has already dealt with stuff like what's going on. There should be a person that have already dealt with a city or a town for at least 5 years or more. Because y'all sitting up there, especially you, Miss Hill, you're sitting up there like a peacock, and you don't we don't know what you're talking about, you go so fast, and then you're going to say that this here, that's the way it sounds to me. But excuse me, it's my time. But see, what you need to do is, you need to actually go out and find somebody with some kind of experience to come in this town and deal with what we got. And probably make it better. Thank you and good night. I work the polls tomorrow. Please vote.
Were you coming up?
After all of that, I work the polls tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
I like that.
Olivia Patton, city resident. I think that it is important that the next city manager holds values being held accountable to community members. From an outside position and somebody who's not privy to many backroom conversations, it feels like the city manager has previously only been held accountable to the Chamber of Commerce. And I would like to see somebody who is not so proud that they can't respond to questions in real time when community members ask them, and somebody who is willing to make mistakes in front of people and not so nervous about disappointing whoever the biggest money person is in town. I just think that they should value the opinion of the greater majority of Charlottesville.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else?
My name is Robin Hoffman.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Willem Mills. And I'm finding that sometimes I do workshops in the schools. Sometimes I substitute for the school nurses. So I know about a lot of different problems that go on in the schools. What I'm saying is, in terms of the city manager, I feel that there should be less busing and maybe some dispersing of the populations of the schools. And I don't know how that could be possible, but I think it would help a lot, because it's a small town, but we're condensing all the kids like CHS and Monticello, I mean, but also the Buford School, it's too vast, and there's very little staffing to support that. And then the busing is ridiculous. So that's just my take on it. I've only been here 11 years. But also, I feel like the roads, if they could consider Belmont Bridge as being some sort of a way to, and even Pantops, being tunneled in and having housing other than the high-end housing that they have over in Pantops and that sort of thing, and sort of tunneling everybody through 250 and that sort of thing. I mean, those are the things that could really, I think, bring the city less problems to begin with, and certainly the way you develop it and that sort of thing. That's just my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Walt Heineke, Amherst Street in the city.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thanks for asking the question that you're asking here. One of the things I really appreciate about what you're doing tonight is way in advance of the hiring process, you're engaging the community in a discussion about it. That to me is, I laud you for doing that, because the further out we can get from the decision point to get engaging citizens in the input process, I think the better it is for people to think about things, to sit on things, to listen to different candidates' perspectives and those kinds of things. So I really laud you for doing that. There's two things about community engagement and public input that I think are really important here. One is taking the public input. And I see evidence that you're doing that with your search firm, and I see evidence with the survey, which I filled out and others have filled out. I see evidence of taking the input, which I think is really important. The other part of public engagement and public input, which I think we don't really pay much attention, is to listening to that input. Like, what are you going to do with that input? Are you really going to listen to citizens? Are you going to put people on the what do you call them? The polling, the task forces that you have, the citizen advisory committees that you have, like for the hiring committee, like you have citizen panels. Are you really going to put people on there that have, varying ideological perspectives and who can really sort of dish out dissent from their point of view about the way that the city works on things? So the other part of this is really thinking about the action part. Are you going to listen to citizen input? And it's about trust. And I think we have a huge trust problem in this community. And I just don't understand how we can trust you to do that process of actually listening and acting on what people tell you when we have things on the agenda tonight that have not gone through the ABRT process, that have not had a public hearing, and that are large amounts of money that are going to be applied to a project that hasn't really had citizen input. How do we trust you when you do things like that? I don't understand it. Because you're not engaging in public trust when you do those kinds of things, and it's not an example of what we should be doing with the city manager's process of listening and then acting. It's not that I don't support this project; that's a different issue. It's the process, like Deacon Gathers had said about getting information and then acting on that information in a way that enhances the public trust. Right? So I ask you to really think about the trust issue and about how you're going to use public information and how do we trust you when these kinds of things are going on tonight. Thank you.
All right, well, is there anyone else that would like to speak about the city manager search process? All right, so we're going to close the public hearing. Council, any comments? Thoughts?
No, I think it was helpful for us to hear a great deal in regards to the public about what you're looking for in a city manager, as well as I look forward to hearing from more people throughout the community in regards to what they would like to see in us doing this project together. That's it for me.
To add to Dr. Melby, I just would add that anybody watching at home, if you want to send an email to council@charlottesville.org with any thoughts that occur to you, we will make sure that they get.
Or use the survey.
Or use the survey.
Or use the survey.
Yeah, or use the survey.
Or use the survey, but if you want, yeah, but The survey, yes. Any way that you all want to get us thoughts about this would be appreciated.
Mayor Walker, if I may, I'd just like to kind of recap some of the things that I've heard that tonight, there was a lot of interest and concern and appreciation for community engagement, and that the city manager would be very much involved with meeting the community, being out in the neighborhood. That was repeated several times tonight, just in this brief public hearing. I heard a lot about the importance of streets, having the streets be well-maintained, well-functioning. People are in congestion, so that's also thinking, wow, the public works end of it is really, really important to people. We've been hearing that a lot in our town halls, so it's good to have that reinforced. And then experience. This person needs experience in running a city before they get here. So I thank you for that. That's really good messaging to get right away, right from the beginning.
I think it's important for us as a city to challenge ourselves. I mean, we know that we can give lip service to the work that we know that needs to be done here, but we need to make sure that when we are asking or, giving Ms. Narlock that list of what we expect here, that we are challenging ourselves to push past like what feels comfortable and normal to us, and that we know that for us to really bridge and heal, and for all these things that we are saying needs to happen here, that we're going to have a pretty dynamic person that's going to have experience is going to extend beyond just simply running a city somewhere else. And so I hope when you're completing the surveys, when you are sending the emails, calling us, calling Ms. Narlock, since she's going to put her name on there, because if I didn't have to have my number on the website, I would not. So I want to point that out. But I want you all to really, push, challenge yourselves that I hear almost daily people saying this is what we want, but then when it's time and then when the challenge comes, they don't really know how to face it. So we're either going to end up in the same spot, or we're going to progress. And the challenge, it's going to be a challenge, and it may be uncomfortable.
I don't know why this is doing this. I just wanted to add one other thought, which is like all of us have many different opinions on a lot of different things. There's some things that we have arguments about, and this goes out through the whole community. But one of the themes I think that you are going to hear, and that I just heard, was there is unity in this community in wanting things to get done, in wanting effective solutions. And one of the frustrations that I've heard, no matter what your preference is that a lot of projects get stuck in our government for too long, and they don't get effected, whether it's a study or a plan. And I think what'll be challenging, and maybe this is another way of a facet of what the mayor is talking about, or a way that I relate to what she was talking about, which is one of the things that can hang up a project from becoming effective is some disagreement or some controversy. And a lot of the more that I've learned about, there are thousands of city managers around the country. There are thousands of communities around our size who have a city manager. This is happening all around the country. And there are ones who are very good at being effective, and they're effective in different ways, but they do work their way through to something, having a vote, something getting started, a program something getting built, something happening, as opposed to getting just stuck. Mm-hmm. However they do that, whether it's through better community engagement, better relationships, alliances, listening, they focus on that end. And that to me is what I'm really hoping that we're all looking for, and it will require working with the city manager in a slightly different way, because hopefully the one that we hire is going to come in and be like, I want to get things done. I want to, you all want to do a lot of things. Let's get some things done. And they will relate to us differently. They'll probably relate to the public differently, to stakeholders, and they'll hopefully do the right things that meet all the goals of equity and transparency and justice that we're all talking about. But that's something that I certainly am going to be, that I've heard and that I'll be looking for.
And to speak to that, I think it's important. I just shared with Mr. Edwards this week I took a photo of one of Dr. Edwards, Holly Edwards' journal entries, and I put in the message that we are still working on 8 of the 9 items from August 11th, 2010. And he sent back a reply that said, no, I think it's just 7. I think we got this, one right. So 7 of the 9 items we are still working on 10 years later. So having somebody who's effective, that's gone to, and I think, that's under a very different council and a very different time, way before August 2017. And I think it just shows that even with best intentions and best efforts, there's been something holding the city back, and we all have to look at ourselves to see what part and what role we play in that.
Would agree. Well said.
So since we are all here and Ms. Narlock had spoken to each of us, I just wanted to ask, because we are here and we're doing this we have to do this in a public setting clearly, and it's a process. Is there anything that you feel would be beneficial for council to kind of align on as part of this process at this point, or do you feel like you have the information you need and can kind of see where that alignment is already taking place naturally among the council members? I just figured we're all here together, so if there's something we need to discuss in terms of process.
I think we have a good starting point on this. I think it's very helpful tonight just to hear again from everybody. And moving forward, what I would like for us to come to terms on is the process moving forward. I will be sending a timeline to you with milestones and tentative dates on those, and we'll get on the calendars to make sure there's no delay in this process. We've hit the go button. We're starting, and we have to keep momentum here in order to reach our end goal and to be effective in doing that. As far as process is concerned, I mentioned that some of the things I've done in the past is recommend that we do a meet and greet, that we do a tour of the city, that we have department head meetings and things like that. I would certainly recommend that we do those things at a certain point in the process. We do have on the front end of this, we have we're afforded the ability to go into executive session on matters. I do think we need to exercise that on the very front end of this, because what I've seen in that regard is if when candidates first apply for the position and it's open, if it is not handled in executive session, what happens is we lose candidates. They basically are exposing themselves. Maybe unnecessarily, maybe they won't be a finalist, maybe they won't be considered further. But we don't want them dropping out, on the front end of this when we have the affordability of some level of protection for candidates. I do searches in, all over, but recently in Georgia, Texas, in Virginia, in Ohio, there's another one I'm trying to think of, North Carolina, where we do have executive session for personnel matters on the front end, and we do utilize that. And I've seen the process when we have used that, when we haven't used it. In Florida, where I'm from, you have no executive session whatsoever. What we have in that situation is we have candidates who will not put their name out there. Because it's for the world to know. It'd be like you or me applying for a job and our employer knowing about it instantly. It's just not the best situation. It puts them at risk or what have you. So what I would encourage you to do is to, if so inclined, is to go through the process up until the point where we have sort of the first round of narrowing down of candidates in executive session. And then once we know our finalists, folks that you are strongly interested in, that we then make that public, and then all of the other steps that I mentioned, bringing in a panel, bringing in department directors and all that, and doing the community meet and greet, that we bring that in at that point in time. I don't know if that addresses your question. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
And your assistance.
Oh, Ms. Narlock, you also, since your car's been here all day, you might want to grab one of those little
Okay,
cards.
thank you very much.
Is it unlimited cards?
I think it's 2. All right, next we have the public hearing appropriation for the West Main Streetscape Improvements Revenue Sharing. First of two readings. Yes.
Good evening. I'm
Good
Jeanette Yanichek with the Department of Neighborhood Development Services, and I'm here to talk about appropriation for West Main. I last saw you on October 16th, 2017, when I requested a resolution of support for two grant applications. One was for the multimodal, that was on the consent agenda. The second is for West Main. We've broken out West Main into 4 different pieces. The first piece we applied for last year for $3 million. We have been awarded $2,704,319 in state funds that will be matched with local dollars. It was prorated based on the priority that the application qualified for. And then we also have another $408,094 that was transferred from older projects. So the Route 250 interchange at McIntyre Road was the project. So I'm simply here to ask for an appropriation of state funds for the $3,112,413.
Mayor Rock, may I ask a question? Just a clarifying question to, because there's been some confusion in the public because I think of a recent newspaper article. But can you explain that this is actually already committed dollars from the city's capital budget?
Yes, this is previously appropriated funds that we are receiving for the local match. So we have $3.1 million in local dollars, and we're doubling that through the state revenue sharing program. So this is just an appropriation of state funding.
And as I understand it also, that the strategy for each of the phases is to alternate between going to the state for revenue sharing funds, but then the next year going through Smart Scale.
Yes, we have an application out. So one we got for next year, because they're doing it in a 2-year cycle for revenue sharing. We got $1.7 million in state funds for phase 2. And then we've applied for phase 2 for federal funds as well. And then we're going to have another application where, yes, we need to decide whether we pursue just revenue sharing, federal, or a combination of the two.
Okay, thank you.
When is ground possibly going to be broken, do you think, on the first phase?
Well, I'm doing the appropriation. There's a different project manager. Yeah. But I would say what we need to do with this is we need to finish up the final design, do construction documents. We also have right-of-way. And then we also have a public utility project that is going to go ahead of this. And then we're undergrounding private utilities. So construction, like ground will be broken within 2 years, definitely. Whether it is the public utility relocation, the private utility, or the roadway. It's going to be one of those 3.
So I guess one thing that I would ask to all the government leaders involved in this go Mr. Murphy to all the way through, is that because this has taken so long, just to continually, there was an excellent website and a lot of community engagement, very large. I mean, the public sessions were about this, hundreds and hundreds of people came. I just think that looking at some of this coverage recently, it's easy to forget or have it fall apart. And it's just really important to keep educating and reminding the public as the years go on, because these projects take a long time, of all the different reasons we're doing this, the different pieces of it. As I'm like getting older, the different pieces are different, because now I'm biking more with my kids, and the protected, safe bike lanes are really necessary because it's a very dangerous central artery to bike on, and we really want the bike here. Somebody asked a question recently about the Drury Brown Bridge and the historical narrative part. Having been involved in this for a long time, and before I got on council, I was on the committee that did this many years ago. The history and the surrounding neighborhoods are the reason that this got passed. This is supposed to embrace and be very welcoming and supportive of the historic neighborhoods that surround it. It is designed, and the architecture firm, the historical firms they've incorporated, they have, and they very much want to embrace the authentic local resident history and stories and names and past that are the nature of those historic neighborhoods, Fifeville, 10th and Page, Star Hill, and they really want to do that, and it's really important, and they don't want the project to happen without it, and for that public history to be highly visible all the way throughout. And so the Drury Brown Bridge will be prioritized, and it will be elevated again so people know why it's there. And that's, anyway, I think, but it's easy for these pieces to kind of get forgotten as year one becomes year two, becomes year three, becomes year four. So I just want us to keep on putting it all together so that the public gets it. Why are we doing this?
If I may follow up with a comment, I think it does speak to the importance of the ongoing community engagement that was mentioned by one of the members of the public, that this needs to be, and this is not just for you, Ms. Janacek. I'm not sure if this is our communications arm, but the website hasn't been updated since the design phase was over. So there's no way for the public to understand and get this history. It is easy for the press to misunderstand an aspect of the project because, as you've just explained, the various funding mechanisms and how they're alternating is pretty complicated. So I think it is extremely important to understand, too, that this has implications for public safety. The congestion that was also talked about tonight is related to the traffic signalization that hasn't been adjusted in over 10 years, and that was one of the findings that they came up with in this report that we got years ago about the West Main Street. So that the idea is that it's supposed to function better for people who walk, people who take the bus, people who ride bikes, and people that drive. And again, hammering that back over and over again, that this, when you go there, I see a lot of people sitting on the curbs, sitting on the edge of the street. There's no place for people to sit in a safe way. The buckling of the sidewalks because of the street trees not having enough cubic feet for soil to thrive is actually making it an ADA accessible problem all along that corridor. So these are really essential issues to be resolved from a public safety standpoint. And once it happens, it will also be a more accommodating place for all users. And you've done a marvelous job keeping this on track. We do need to get the communications down as to what this is doing, why it's been done this way, and where we are in the phase of design, development, construction documents, and then ultimately breaking ground.
So the contributions that the university that they're supposed to make to this, when will we see that?
I'm not quite sure. It's certainly in the CIP request for this year that I've tried to combine the strategy for getting future funding, putting the $5 million in that UVA has also contributed. I think there's an agreement. I know there's a letter of support outlining, and we gave an estimate based on like pedestrian improvements that we can amass out of this project. We're getting $5 million worth of pedestrian improvements that they're willing to contribute. I'm not giving you an answer. I can certainly give you an answer tomorrow or the next day. I'm certainly hearing update the website, update the schedule, improve the communication of the ongoing efforts.
Madam Mayor, I have a meeting with the new Chief Operating Officer next Tuesday, the 13th, and I'm meeting with her staff this Wednesday, the 7th. Be happy to bring you all an answer to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great.
And can we ask for some more? I'm just like, this is a new president, might as well try. I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
I have one more question, if I may. I recently went to an all-day workshop with the Piedmont Environmental Council, and they talked a lot about Dominion Energy. And it was brought to my attention that Arlington County actually has a agreement with Dominion Energy to go 50-50 in the undergrounding of utilities. Could that be pursued in some way, or get some information about that? Because that is an important piece, because the undergrounding utilities alone was $10 million, and our understanding was that Dominion Energy was not going to budge on paying for any of that additional cost. They would have put in the old poles back in the sidewalks, eating up our clearance for pedestrians, but they don't put in those duct banks. And this is something that I understand Arlington County has figured out the agreement with Dominion Energy that will work. And we're on the verge of putting in another legislative request to the General Assembly. I don't know if that's a question that we need to get authorization to do that or not.
Yes, absolutely. That's very interesting. In the past, working with Dominion Power, if they see it being an issue where trees are taking down their lines or they're having issues maintaining service, they will pay to underground. On the interchange project, they paid to underground a certain section of their lines. But if we're asking for it, then it becomes our cost. But we would certainly, we'll pursue that.
So if you can let us all know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, is there a motion? Oh, wait a minute.
So public hearing.
Yeah, public hearing, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, is there anyone that would like to speak about the West Main Street? Public hearing open?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Is there, oh, are you coming up? Good evening.
Council, audience. I'm Scott Bandy. I'm located at 1639 Cherry Avenue. Well, the good news about this plan going forward, it seems, is that planning seems to have a handle on the sprawl. The bad news, maybe just a little more thought, particularly the section with the Lewis and Clark and Sacagawea statue. I sure hope that, I was kind of distressed when I heard talk before this was open for public comment that well, how can I put it nicely?
Just say it, it's okay, maybe. If not, we'll deal with it.
and chalk it up to old age.
Well, you've thought of a lot, so I
Well,
don't know if you can do that.
the short of it is this plan, particularly the section where this statue is in front of I believe it's the Marriott, could be given more thought. And you have buses going into the Greyhound bus terminal there. And I think some of the community has already alluded to the fact that, if that is taken out or reconfigured so that the buses have to turn at a sharper angle, you may be creating more problems than you might be under the impression that you're taking out. I think I've said enough, but stick with it. So there's got to be a good plan out of this, and hopefully West Main will be completed before this alleged thing up in Northern Virginia, what is it, the Amazon HQ2? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of refugees, whether that, especially if that comes to fruition or if it doesn't, that there'll be political refugees coming to our fair city. Thank you.
I would like, since he brought the question of the statue, because when we were in session months back, that was one of the questions that I had about what we were going to do with that area, and what happened with the statue hadn't been decided. Is that still the case? Because we were supposed to have some public discussion on, it was moving it, if we
were going to scoot it over, but they're also doing historical interpretation of the whole corridor. So that has been kicked off. I think they're reaching out to key community members and trying to get a handle on what a good initial draft plan would be for the public to make a comment on.
So I would like for us to really consider whether that's what other space that statue can occupy. Somewhere other than Charlottesville, maybe.
However, and again, this is going to be a public process that they are going to be kicking off. Do you have any idea when that will happen?
They already had the first meeting. I believe they're planning a second one in the next couple months, but we're gonna definitely put that on the website and get the word out.
Yeah, could you send us the announcement so we can, make the announcement? I know that was
Absolutely.
that came up during our meeting. I was in there with Counselor Galvin, so, and I brought that point up and we discussed it, so.
And absolutely, and this is a state project, so we will need to coordinate with the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. And public input's gonna be important.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we at? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, we're gonna close public hearing. Is there a motion?
I don't think you need one since this is a first read.
Okay.
But
Is that-
we all can agree it's gonna go on consent next meeting.
Okay, so it's a here. All right, so there's
Can
no
I just
vote.
confirm that, Madam Mayor, can I put this on your consent agenda? Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
I do have one quick question for Mr. Murphy, if I may. Mr. Murphy, you and I have had exchanges via email about the clauses in both resolutions that enable the West Main Street project and then also the Belmont Bridge project, because those clauses were directly related to local job training and hiring that was patterned after the rebricking of the mall. And that was particularly with regards to West Main Street. In the correspondence you shared with me, it sounded like there was actually, because there was federal money, considerably more federal money involved with the Belmont Bridge, that the federal hiring requirements actually do insist upon local hiring. So there might be more opportunities with that. So, and I'm not sure where that stands now with West Main Street. But could we have a more detailed update? You gave me some indications of earlier correspondence with other staff, but I think this is something the entire council would like to be kept apprised of, because it is a very important element of equitable development. We're tying the redevelopment of our infrastructure to job creation for our residents whenever and however we can. And as I understand it, a federal project doesn't limit. We're not limited as we are with state procurement laws with contractors. Because it's a federal project, you can actually do more local hiring. And then, again, we need to get a handle on how many new jobs from our city departments will be created with these infrastructure projects, so that we have an idea of how much kind of teeing up we're going to have to do for recruitment and training and so on. So is that possible for us to get an update? I know when we enabled both of those resolutions, that we're supposed to have gotten an update 9 months since we agreed to get those resolutions passed. It's kind of in keeping with what Councilor Signer was saying about needing to get things done on a more timely basis. And the West Main Street resolution was passed I believe in 2015. And so just if you could ponder that and get back to us, maybe next meeting, about your schedule as to when that might be a possible report out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so can we take a 10-minute? All right, 10-minute break.
10 minutes, people.
No,
even though you told me I couldn't even go get one.
Wow.
Yeah, I knew that, yeah. Yeah. But she left by the time I asked that question.
I would advise Dr. Bellamy, we're at the 19-minute mark on our 10-minute break.
All right.
Hi. So I told him not to start the clock. Dr. Bellamy?
I think it's going on to, it's on to 15 minutes. I just said it's almost 15 minutes.
I have a stopwatch on you.
You just walked in here, Mr. Murphy. You just walked in.
I was unlocking the front door for you, sir, and
All
the
right,
public.
so I call this meeting back to order. Next, we have a resolution, equity fund allocation to New Hill Development Corporation. First, a one reading.
And Madam Mayor, I will give a brief introduction and then turn it over to Councilors Bellamy and Galvin for a deeper discussion about this, but just wanted to go through procedurally. In December of 2017, the council did set aside a racial engagement and equity fund and appropriated approximately $1 million at that time. Now there is approximately $1.534 million in that fund that's been appropriated. The council does not need to hold a public hearing as it would in an appropriation, but the council can certainly take public input tonight since this is an allocation. Since it's an allocation, therefore, it doesn't follow the same rules as an appropriation. Before you, you have a donation agreement between New Hill Development Corporation and the city. The agreement itself talks about that New Hill will expend approximately $350,000 on a small area plan for the Star Hill area, and also engage in financial training programs for city residents. If the council chooses to, again, it can allocate this $500,000 to New Hill Development Corporation out of its already appropriated equity fund. And I will turn this over now to Councilors Bellamy and Galvin.
We actually are going to turn it over to Ms. Yolanda Harrell, who is currently the Executive Director of the New Hill Development Corporation. Thank you, Ms. Harrell.
Absolutely. So,
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you all doing this evening?
All right, good evening.
It's a pleasure to be here to speak before you this evening. I guess what I'd like to just kind of start out is talking about what New Hill is and why we formed. We are a community development corporation. We are nonprofit corporation. We started talking about what would it be like, reimagining Charlottesville in a different way, and how can we look at helping to grow our African American middle class here in Charlottesville, and what would that be like, and what would it be like if we had more businesses here that were owned and operated by African Americans, and what would it be like if we had more home ownership here, and what would it be like if individuals did not have to go way out into the county in order to be able to afford to buy a home in Charlottesville? Is there a way that we can have pathways that allows for individuals to have upward mobility? And so as we started the process, we started looking at who our potential partners could be in it. So a lot of work we wanted to do on the forefront so that we were not coming to the community and then trying to do that work as we were trying to engage with the community, because we needed to be able to build capacity internally. We needed to be able to think through what we wanted to focus on, and we need to understand the history. We need to understand what type of resources were available, and to start building those relationships to be able to gain access to those resources and to leverage those relationships nationally as well as locally. And so that's what we worked on, and that's what we've been very diligent in doing. And so now, as we look at what the history of Charlottesville, where government took a certain area of land, that being Vinegar Hill, along with other areas in Charlottesville, then it really is an opportunity for government to help give some of that back to the community, and for us to start to reimagine and to come up with a vision So the area that we're looking at is not something that was not a part of the plan to have a small area plan. It just hasn't been done. It's been on the plan since 2013, and we want to be able to move things forward. And so again, part of what we've been working on is to be able to get that capacity ready so that when we start and we move forward and we work to completion, and that we have some real partners that can help us get there, that have done this elsewhere, all throughout the United States, in many different communities, and they've been doing it for quite a long time, and we want to be able to leverage their expertise so that we're not reinventing the wheel. We want to use the best practices that have been created and the problems that have been worked through in so many other communities in so many different ways that are not necessarily unsimilar to ours, but in some ways they are different from ours. Maybe their problems are more than ours, and maybe our problems are a little bit less. Who knows? But they are. Every community is a little bit different. So since we have only worked within our community, we want to work with individuals that have worked in a number of different communities and know what it means to be out there doing that real type of engagement that truly is inclusive and allows for us to be able to create a pathway forward.
So I have a few questions,
Yes, sir.
if you don't mind, Sorrel. Do you mind explaining to us who your partners are, or who is it that you're currently working with?
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. So one of our partners, we'll start with the financial piece of it, because one of the things that we understand that we need to close the wealth gap. In order for African Americans to really realize our potential and to be able to build wealth and own assets, then we've got to look at a couple of things, and one of those things is credit, money management. So we decided to look and see like who does this very well, and so we were introduced to Operation Hope. They are out of Atlanta. The gentleman John Bryant, who is the CEO of that organization, is an African American gentleman that formed it when he was living in Compton after the riots happened after the Rodney King trial, and in his mind, it was like, wait a minute, why are we the only ones that are angry, and why are we destroying our things? And his conclusion was that because we don't own this, or because we don't understand, or we don't have we're not included in the financial system. And so what he sought to do is to create a program that does that. And so what he was very good at doing is he said, I'm going to put all of the credit bureaus on my board. I'm going to get the Federal Reserve on my board. I'm going to get the large banks on my board. I'm going to get Gallup on my board, because these are the people that are creating the game. So then, creating the rules. So let us work with them to be able to understand how can we best navigate this.
So what would they be doing here in Charlottesville?
So what we would be working with them is they do what they call Hope Insights, and what that is a financial coach. And so that individual works with, and in our particular case, we want that person to focus on the individual as well as the entrepreneur, so that individual, they can work with folks to raise their credit scores, so that they can get what they call 700 communities, and they can get they have a personal plan, someone working personally with them. Because they may not necessarily be wanting to buy a home, but they may already be a homeowner, and they may want to put themselves in a better financial position. Then the other aspect of that is the access to capital for entrepreneurs. We have many people that want to start businesses or have businesses in the Charlottesville, but they want to be able to expand those businesses. And unfortunately, maybe they're not in a position to be able to do that, either based on personal finance or based on the fact that they are not speaking the language that the bank is speaking. And so you need someone to walk that process with you and to be there. And so that if you were to go to a bank and that bank says, we're going to deny your loan, then you can then work with this individual. We want to partner with the bank to say, help us work with that individual so that you can then approve that loan.
So this is the financial literacy component that
That's
you were
the financial,
discussing
absolutely.
in the packet. And then what else?
And so our other national partner is LISC. So LISC stands for Local Initiative Support Corporation. They were started in 1979 by the Ford Foundation. And what they started out to do, they said, hey, government, for-profit companies, as well as foundations have the money, they have the capital. And then you have your local people that understand their community. We want to work to bridge that gap so that we can get the capital to the individuals locally, and we can leverage our expertise, we can leverage our resources to be able to help the local communities. And so in the last, since 1979, they have been tremendous in being able to do that in many communities. That they are a CDFI, and they have invested over $18 billion in communities throughout the United States to help them transform into the community that they want to be.
Are there any examples locally around the state in which which they've worked with?
Yeah, so LISC has an office over in Richmond.
Okay.
That's one of their local. So they have offices in 44 states, but they work in they've worked in about 1,400 different communities throughout the United States. And so, but we have actually been working personally with the CEO of the organization, because he does have ties to our community. He does live in the state of Virginia, and he does come to the community often, and he has a strong desire to see that, we are getting the necessary attention to make sure that this community moves in the direction that it wants to move in.
Okay, so you have HOPE, you have LISC, and then can you help me kind of understand from a budgetary perspective why the number of 500,000? Like, what all goes into that, or what would that encompass?
Absolutely. So, obviously we are looking at, we've written other grants, and so we do have other monies out there that we are seeking to get. We do need to, it does cost to do a small area plan. And what we've looked at is, over some of the other organizations that have received similar funding for smaller areas, were about, I think PHA got like 350,000 or something like that for 12 acres. This is a considerable size. It's actually 48 acres. So it's
48 acres. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a little bit larger than that. And so what it will go towards the small area plan itself. It will go towards community engagement. It will go towards capacity building internally for us. And so this is not all of our budget.
Right.
This is just a portion of our budget, and then this is our opportunity to be able to get that process kickstarted.
So when you say something like the small area plan, I know that New Hill is a new CDC. So who would actually be doing or conducting? Oh, so LISC will be doing that.
LISC will do the small area plan. And LISC has done a number of different types.
They're well respected. Yeah.
Yes, and they are the gold standard of who does this.
Right.
And they do a number of different types. And so you have 3 different types of. They gave us 3 different examples. They have what they call a quality of life small area plan, and what that means is they're looking at how can we improve the life of the individuals living in a particular area. Then they have the economic development type of small area plan, and again, that's all about, if they're looking at commercial area and looking at standing up businesses and looking at growing job opportunities. And then they also have housing and development type planning as well, small area plans. And so what we're asking, or what we're looking at, is let's take a look at all of those things. It doesn't need to be this or that. Let's do and.
Right.
Because there are a number of things that are happening within our city that we want to help be a part to make sure that the voices are being heard, but that action is also being taken, and that we're getting to where we want to be.
So one of the things that I've heard.
Could I, just for a second, how much more time do you want to allocate?
5 or 10 minutes? Yes, please, another 10 minutes. So one of the questions, one of the things that we've heard in emails and just communications from different community members, such as FAR and the like, and that they represent. Me personally, as a housing authority rep on council and working a great deal with FAR, I know there's communications about, well, how will LISC or how will New Hill work with other community partners or the community as a whole in terms of community engagement, about what will transpire? Can you walk us through a little bit of that?
Oh, absolutely. So again, we are about collaboration. We're about community building, and we understand that FAR has its role, PHA has its role, CRHA.
CRHA. There you go. I got you.
CRHA, I'm sorry, my dyslexia is acting up. It has its role. Habitat for Humanity has its role. And so we would love to be able to say that there isn't enough work to go around, but the unfortunate reality is that it is. And so we certainly work to collaborate. I've met with some of the leaders, not all of them, and we've talked and we've looked at what they're doing, and one of the things that we talk about is where there are aligned interests and aligned goals, then we will certainly look to partner on that because we want to be able to leverage the resources. If we have access to resources that, say, our partners over at PHA don't have access to, or FAR doesn't have access to, we would love to be able to leverage that connection to be able to assist wherever they would allow for us to do so.
Last question for me, and just looking at your board, I mean, you have a variety of different people. I see a few of them here, Mr. Hunter Smith and Ms. Shamor Cooper, Mr. Harrell and Ms. Mahoney and Mr. Kluge and others. One of the things I've noticed is that, and we've also got this question, why has it been, and Mr. Burris as well. Sorry, Mr. Burris. But one of the things that we've continuously heard is from people is, well, why wasn't this like more out? Is there a reason? Were you guys trying to keep things secretive, or is there like a can you speak a little bit about why it's kind of just been underground? We heard Ms. Mahoney talk. It's been in the works for 17 months. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So I think I'm an entrepreneur and by nature, and so we approach this like we would start a business. And when you're in your business planning phase, that's exactly what we were in. We're in our business planning phase. We're looking at what is it that we want to do. And we were looking at doing our research so that we're not taking the public through that process. We're doing that process privately on our own. So we did look to see, okay, who do we want on our board? We want to make sure our board is very well-rounded. We want to make sure that we had great representation of people that lived and grew up here in Charlottesville, as well as individuals that have access to other resources and other connections that we could then leverage. We want our board to work. We want our board to work for us, and we want to make sure that the individuals that were on that board were individuals that, could help us really be able to move this project forward. And so we do have a number of different careers that are represented on the board.
Who do you have from the community that's currently on your board, like community members?
The people that are native to Charlottesville?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would have PJ Harris, who's native to Charlottesville. You would have Shamara Cooper, who is native to Charlottesville. You would have Ann Brown, who is native to Charlottesville. And so, again, some of these individuals work in nonprofits, but all of them have been working in the community.
Gotcha.
All of them have been putting sweat equity in for a long period of time and money into this community. And so we all wanted to come around something that we believed in.
Makes sense to me. That's all I have. If there's anyone else? Sounds like you guys been planning.
Yes, sir.
I just have
You have some questions, and I'll follow up.
Not much a question, but so I think this is really exciting. I think there's a tremendous amount of work that's gone into this. I know Maurice Jones from a long time ago, working together in the Warner administration.
I just say the name. I don't want any confusion.
There's a different Maurice Jones, who's a very different Maurice Jones in Virginia, and this is like one of our leading lights. He's been in governor's administration. He ran a newspaper. He's a Rhodes Scholar. He's very gifted. He's on UVA Board of Visitors. He's just like a real genius and a really nice guy, and he does care about these communities, and it's like a really impressive, results-focused outfit that uses leverage to build things in communities that matter. And leverage is what we've been talking about here. For a small city, it's hard to do big things because if you fund them directly with dollars, that gets very expensive. Whereas if you use leverage, like we have with some of our affordable housing projects, $1 to 5 or 10 from another group, that is just a smart, good way to go about it. And that is the model that you all are working on. And one of the things I just wanted to ask about, very impressive board, 2 great organizations. These, we've had some conversation tonight about these wonderful projects that we come up with in the city, and the city manager search hopefully can address some of this a bit, but some of them can have a hard time having enough shoulders behind the wheel to like get it over the various humps that develop. You know, we just heard about West Main Street. We will break ground on it at some point, but I first got involved in this 5 years ago. I mean, so like, it's
Well,
getting
it
close.
started actually 40 years ago.
40 years ago, but like this phase, we did do the vote, the second meeting of the last council,
Yeah.
right? In 2016, so like, okay, so these things take a while. So like, it would be great to involve the help of community members. Maybe there's an advisory board that goes into this where people, you know, like me, lots of other people will have an idea or a connection or a relationship or will want to do some of the work or be involved, because it's a very big project, not to muck up the gears, not to, you know, have committees to make decisions, but to employ folks who want to be helpful. And sometimes groups have advisory boards for things like that. Like the Historical Society, I think they're doing something like this now. So just wanted to put out that suggestion as it broadens and as it hopefully starts to move forward, that you bring a lot more shoulders to the
Absolutely. And we do currently have advisors that are not on our board that are individuals that do this type of work nationally, as well as in other capacities. And then part of what LISC would look to do in their small area plan is to develop that.
Great.
So that we make sure we have complete local participation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No, and I've expressed just the importance of really getting the buy-in from some of these stakeholders who kind of have the rights to these properties, a lot of the properties that fall within the small area plan, because it is different than our housing authority or PHA, who own the properties which they were doing their planning on. So there's a lot more opportunities they have to kind of drive the direction that those things take. And obviously the city is one of those main stakeholders, but there are others. And so that's just always been like, you know, just a flag for me in terms of just, I realize that you want to engage people at the right time, but having those folks at the table moving forward is going to be critical to the success, because I don't want it to see just another plan. I want to see a plan that can be actionable. And so that was definitely a concern for me. And I would say that my biggest concern has really been less about the project, because I do believe in this and I want to support it, but the process does throw me a bit, because it surprised me in some ways that it was all of a sudden in front of us, and I understand the dollar amount, and I guess I would just ask my colleagues, how do we address the concerns that some have around, like, you know, this didn't go through a normal funding process such as ABRT, which we do obviously throughout the year. And I realize this is from funds that have been earmarked for this specific purpose, but I just want to acknowledge that those concerns exist, and I understand where they're coming from, because I'll be honest, what was in our packet was some information, but what I've learned over the last 72 hours has been so much more than what was here, and obviously this is what the public got. And so I'm just using this as an example of it's important that we make sure that we provide as much information, not only for our own selves, but so the public can understand when we come to decisions what's driving those decisions.
Right.
So may I respond to some of that, please?
Please.
So with regards to the process, this is a small area plan, and it's been identified, as been stated, since 2013, that this was one of the 12 small area plans. It has been in the past different ways that a plan actually starts getting instigated. The Planning Commission can make recommendations. The community can come forward and ask to have it done. And then the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission can make an effort and overture, because there's a major state infrastructure project that's of interest. So those are the three small area plans we have in play right now. At all times, the council can also initiate a small area plan. Those other groups are advisory. The community came from Fifeville to get it done, but again, to Councilor Signer's point, what is amazing about this arrangement is that in the agreement, within 9 months, this plan will be done. And it's not only a small area plan, it's also a strategy for empowerment. We have, looking at Fifeville right now, the Cherry Avenue plan is going on to its second year. We've had The hydraulic plan was done within a year, but implementation now is kind of like lagging. Our staff in our planning department, our neighborhood development services, simply does not have the capacity to do the community engagement that LISC is going to be able to do.
Yeah.
And so this is amazing, avalanche of resources that are coming to us, and that and it has to be stressed that it was a government act that destroyed Vinegar Hill, and with great consequence to the African American community in Charlottesville. And there is a certain kind of rightness and logic to a government act beginning the repair. So I think,
real quick,
anyway, so I think
excuse
that's
me.
just kind of.
How much more time do you want to add to the clock?
No one else was limited, so I didn't know there was.
Oh no, she means to the total.
Oh, okay, I see.
Can we do another 10 minutes?
Another 10 minutes?
Whatever you all want. You all asked me to be a stickler.
Okay.
Just
No,
asking,
thank you. I didn't
even
realize-
say cut it off. I just said how much more
I
time.
didn't realize the time had flown so
another
fast.
10 minutes. Another 10 minutes, please,
Okay.
ma'am.
And so the other
We
thing
cool, we
that
cool, we cool.
I just want to also underscore is, the income wealth gap. When you look at the numbers, the African Americans make 55% of white median income, and according to the New York Times report, for every $100 in white family wealth, black families hold just $5. So this is hugely important. And the other piece that I think is pretty critical is that when you look at the disparities in who has the power, those who are connected to capital and financing, those are the banks and developers. Within the for-profit private development sector, 80% are white, 2% are African American. So again, we have a situation here where an African American led community development corporation is taking the lead to provide a very in-depth visioning process for the city of Charlottesville in an area that has needed repair for a long time. And I just want to thank the tenacity on the part of Ms. Harrell and everyone else in this group who has shown that over the 17 months they've crossed T's and dotted I's. And it is in keeping with our comprehensive planning process. It's in keeping with our small area planning process. We're just in a partnership that is also serving us extremely well for the social
I think
racial
that
justice.
answers to a certain extent. Sorry, Ms. Hill, I know you, just really quickly, because your point is poignant in regards to how this may be different from going through the normal ABRT process for the request, being one, that this is only a small area plan that I believe New Hill is asking for, and essentially they're looking to partner with the city the same way in which we would, in which we have with other entities, i.e. PHA. The precedent is there. So to a certain extent, I'm not going to say they're doing us a favor, but there's a partnership that we're building, and also New Hill is bringing in a multitude of resources. But I'm also I'm open to hearing, just me personally, I'm open to hearing from my colleagues other concerns and seeing if we can address them tonight, because I do think it would be a very strong symbol to our community if we can all work together on this one. Because I think for the fact of the matter is that we have an African-American led, specifically an African-American woman led CDC, Community Development Corporation, in which is of the likes in which we've never seen in our city before, looking to partner to create and do a small area plan for our city that's only going to help us out, in addition to bringing in a multitude of other partners with a lot of resources. I think that's a win-win for the city.
Mr. Bellamy?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind just a very quick additional point, which is I think, and Ms. Hill brought up a great question, which is how do we distinguish this from other valid funding requests? What's the equity fund about? And this is something where the memory gets a little short, but this was something that the last council specifically did, making a decision with the surplus funds that we had at the end of the year, and we carved out a significant portion of them. We didn't just do the path in the past, which we've done, where you use it, you just put it into the capital improvement plan. You just put that money, which has like 30 or 40 unfunded things. They're all valid. They're all strongly wanted by the community, and they're just unfunded because like we hear here about sidewalks. Those are capital projects. So typically you just put your surplus into the capital fund, and it is a good use of, it's a best practice. In this case, we didn't do that. We carved out this sum of money, we had unity on council among that, and that was a council that sometimes we didn't have unity on things. We did on this, which was to promote equity. And so those funds, in a way, were really meant to be fast-tracked toward works that would achieve equity. And so this is, in my mind, the reason it's different from the bevy of hundreds and hundreds of equity-driven applications that come through ABRT. And to you know, some of the questions we got, a municipal government can walk and chew gum at the same time. This is a both-and problem. We can do things like a significant adventure, you know, venture like this, and do the millions and millions of service-directed dollars that are still going to go through the ABRT process and may be calculated a little differently, per the mayor's point. They'll be a little more strategic.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So in terms of like addressing risk, you know, we have a 9-month timeline, and this is another question that I asked. I just want to be open about it. You know, what happens if the terms that we've laid out aren't met? My question is, what other funding sources do they have if for whatever reason this just can't be pursued? I can't even, you know, trying to come up with the ways that we become hurdles for this actually coming to fruition in a 9-month period, making sure that we don't find ourselves like just losing on this and not having an end result and a deliverable that is going to be meaningful.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you asked that question, because that was a question that we asked ourselves when we looked at the agreement, and we said, well, we want to make sure that we put a safety net in place that everyone is comfortable with. And so one of the things that what we talked about is putting the money into escrow and going back to Mr. Blair we are due to meet with Mr. Jones next week. He will be in town to do the MOU for with us for New Hill. And so we would essentially have different milestones that need to be achieved before we can draw down on that money. Because we don't want, if we can't get it going, then we shouldn't get the money. I mean, that is just fiduciary, us being good stewards of the money that you are trusting us with. So we want to make sure that we put that money away. We don't make those milestones, guess what? We don't get anything. So there will be, we will work with Mr. Blair to come up with a drawdown plan that makes sense to both the city and to New Hill.
I would only ask as another
So
kind
I
of
have just a
safekeeping.
clarifying question about that. So you're saying still this allocation all at once, but that you would have control over the escrow, not that you would be asking the city to cut checks at these increments?
So, well, the escrow is third party. So, I mean, I don't know if Mrs.
Right,
Blair.
it would be, a third party would hold the funds, and we would have an agreement that, let's say milestone 1 would be a land use chapter is completed for the Star Hill Small Area Plan, $30,000. At that point, if New Hill presented adequate evidence at that point that that chapter was completed, for instance, then the escrow would draw down $30,000 from the $500,000 total allocation.
Yeah. And that was essentially going to be my question, if we could just get also maybe a report or updates at each milestone, if you all could provide us with the milestones.
Absolutely.
And then we also get reports, and that would also be a way for us to keep track of everything that's going on.
And that would be part of the MOU agreement.
Part of the MOU,
There is,
right.
there
The
are.
agreement
And that's in
already
the
has it in
agreement.
3 months and 6
Correct.
months.
Right, those are 3 updates, and those updates could include drawdowns from escrow.
And it's currently at 369, correct?
369, yes, sir.
Mayor Walker, I'm sorry, I cut you off. You were saying something else?
No, I just
Did I?
wanted to make sure I understood what was being said.
And the total funds, we feel pretty firm, is the 500,000 that's
Yes.
needed.
Absolutely. Our goal is to be able to not have to keep coming back.
I don't think you will be able to.
To council.
Yes.
Well, I'm not gonna, this is, you know, I spoke with, you know, met with you Friday, and I spoke with Dr. Bellamy a few times, well, a lot, this weekend about it. And, you know, I'm still where I was earlier with my decision, but what I do think is that I hope that in the future, and this is something going forward, whatever the next phase looks like, that, or even after some of these drawdowns, that this is something that I will be able to support in the future. Will say that it sounds very promising, so that I hope that it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, without any further ado, I'd like to call the question. Mayor Walker?
Point of information from Mr. Blair, please, about transparency. May I approach the... May I?
Were you all
We're not-
taking questions? Or
No.
We didn't place it on there.
Okay. So it's not open for
Okay,
public
I
comments?
just want to know who on the council is as a director, and does that play into any type of transparency?
Nancy.
I can answer that question.
That would be Mr.
No,
Answer?
yeah, I'll answer, if you don't mind, Mayor Walker?
No.
No one on the
You wanna
council
engage?
serves on the board.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, sorry. Go ahead.
So, should I sit down?
And I just have one point of clarification, I think, to get to something that Vice Mayor Hill said, but I think I have no more questions for you myself. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Any other?
No, I mean, again, the process for me has been a struggle, but I mean, I certainly, I can sense that my colleagues there, I really appreciate the work of two of my colleagues to get there, and I would like to support their efforts.
I want to point out a very quick thing, which is there was a snafu in the public materials. There was a budget, and there were more materials in this, and for some reason they weren't in the staff memo, but they were circulated, and it's not much more information, but it does conform to our practices. It's got the $500,000 broken down, what it does, the $350 for the for the small area plan, and which conforms to the models of the past, and how the administrative, and it all, when I looked at it and I asked for it, it was very reassuring, because it looked a lot like other best practices that we do with grants, and it seemed like a reasonable budget. There were no red flags in it at all.
Thank you.
So you're saying that was supposed to be attached?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what went into the,
Did
I'm
we-
not involved with creating the
Okay.
packet, but I
All
know
right.
that when I asked for it, it was provided quickly.
Their budget and everything else.
Yeah,
I think
we
it just may have been a snafu of sorts in regards to creating the memo. But that information is readily available, the budget and everything else.
Correct.
Do you want
Any
to
other
tell
questions?
people the website address?
Yeah, the website's very good.
Absolutely. So you can find us at New Hill Dev, DEV, short for development, .org. And you can go on and you take a look. You can see our board. You can see our vision. You can see what we are working on. And I thank you all for the opportunity to be able to present to you today. And I thank you for some of the things that you've said here just throughout this process, not just even talking with me, but looking at challenging yourselves and looking at thinking about how do we look at and envision this city differently, and how can we be more diverse and inclusive. And so I appreciate the work that you all are looking to do with that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So just one
next-
more comment, if I may, just,
Okay.
and I think just for the public, and then for some clarity's sake, that, yeah, this is a small area plan. It's in keeping with our processes. It's going to include chapters on land use, economic development, redevelopment, housing and historic preservation, urban design. The money for our small area plans typically comes out of our capital budget. It would never go through ABRT. And the capital budget in this case, as Councilor Signer said, we didn't put this money into the capital budget when it was surplus, as we typically did. We kept it out so we could use it for these kinds of robust activities. So it's actually coming out as a part of a capital budget kind of drawdown, but it was put in a separate container. And ultimately, the goal is to build affordable housing, to build workforce housing, to build entrepreneurship within our African American community. So it is not only a plan, it is an action plan as well. So that, and there's been also the resources that can be brought to bear can help us understand how we can do a tax freeze, for example, that can start balancing out, what happens when you start improving land and the value of the land goes up, people's taxes go up, rents go up. But if you can control that without hurting people's ability to acquire wealth and equity, that's a win-win. And this is the kind of expertise and the kind of know-how that the city's been needing. And again, it's a good partnership. It's something that's going to help us in the future with a lot of our housing strategies that we need to get implemented right away. So again, thank you everybody, and Mr. Bellamy, I really appreciate your efforts as well.
Pleasure working. All right.
Any other discussion?
Oh, man.
No, I do believe it's, I recognize the role that we play in terms of showing that we are willing to be a partner in this, and how it was really telling to me in some of the later conversations I had even later in the day, just how, it is a lot of money, but it also it could be a very small piece and something that we're bringing much bigger partners to the table. And, without that kind of catalyst, it may not go anywhere. And I just think that's really important for this level of money to really help encourage other impact investors to get involved. So,
We talk a great deal about righting wrongs, about moving the community forward with tangible action items. And I firmly believe that New Hill is a tangible action items that will pay grave dividends to our community, and specifically righting a wrong for a community that was literally decimated by a local municipality. And this is a first step in us getting to where we need to be. Mm-hmm. We talk about the whole scale of what's everything and moving forward and healing and what's transpired since last year and what's been transpiring for decades. New Hill, just the name alone, and then the work in which is going to come, symbolizes that we're actually doing something about it. So that's it for me.
All right, and before I call the vote, I think we should answer the question that none of us are on the board.
Oh, no one's on the board.
So,
When was it changed? Because the State Corporation Commission had it listed
so
as a regulation.
I'm just going to answer the first question, and then we're going to vote. So all in favor?
We need a motion. and a
Motion,
second.
yes.
Oh,
All right.
I'd like to make a motion
Is that clear?
that we
Sorry.
allocate $500,000 out of the equity fund to the New Hill Development Corporation.
Is there a second. All right, all in favor? All right. It carries 4-1.
All right, great
All right.
job.
So next we have the Tree Commission, State of the Forest.
nothing like trees to bring us all back.
You have a PowerPoint? Sir?
Yeah. Don't really know. I don't really know. I thought you could just go in full screen mode and just.
Should we get started? Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Walker, councilors. Thank you very much for having us. I'm Paul Josie, the chair of the Tree Commission. The slide may automatically forward itself throughout the entire presentation, which I haven't figured out yet. So it really wants to show this slide, apparently. But our role as the Tree Commission in Charlottesville, we are here to act as advisory for council, and our task is really to weigh in on issues related to planting, preservation, protection, and removal of trees. It's pretty expansive in its terms, but the intent is to protect and improve our urban forests. So we're here once a year to come and talk to you about what we're doing with the city forest, what the Parks and Rec are doing, what NDS is doing, how are we protecting our urban forest. And so to start off this week, you have a very long list that's in the packet of all of our highlights of 2017, 2018. I will not ask you to read all of these, but we'll quickly summarize those in this presentation to keep it short and sweet. But we'll start off with a presentation from Brian Ray and Parks and Rec, who has helped put together a new GIS database where we've taken all of the city trees and we're starting to really target where spending is going for trees. With that, Brian, if you want to just quickly go through the dashboard.
Sure. So the Tree Commission came to us maybe last winter with a set of metrics that they were interested in tracking as it relates to trees planted on public property. So we were tasked with developing sort of a system that not only would report out these metrics, but we also sort of took a step back and sort of developed the system from the ground up in terms of how we gather this information. We used to gather this information on spreadsheets, sort of the old school way. And given the spatial nature of a tree, every tree possesses a spatial attribute. It has geographic points. So every tree has a space on the earth, much like all of our other assets in Parks and Rec. So we thought this would be a good place to start with sort of developing a geographic database. So that's what we've done. What you're looking at here is sort of the reporting end of that system. There was a lot of work that went into the sort of gathering end, the gathering of the data. And if so, just to give you an idea of what you're looking at, over here is the geographic map of the city, and each of these points represents a tree that has been located geographically in the system. The charts over here to the right represent many of the metrics that the Tree Commission was looking to track. And what's really, I think, the value in this sort of reporting platform that we're using is the sort of interactivity of it. So in other words, we're not just looking at static charts here. What we're looking at is the entire set of trees. These are the sort of metrics for all these trees. But what you can do with this platform is you can drill down into the data. So if this is a set of all of our trees, over here on the right, this represents all of the installs of new trees. So you can just click on any graph, and so now all of the charts filter based on that selection. So in 2015, here are all the trees we planted. Here are the genus of the trees that we planted in 2015. Here's the common names of the trees that we planted in 15. Here's the canopy size, average canopy size, and here are the sectors, which are 63% of the trees were planted in parks, 36% in the right-of-way, and then these are the agencies that installed these particular 2015 trees. So you can see it's really, really interactive. It allows users to sort of gain their own insights, ask their own questions. For instance, you could look at by agency. So if we look at, this is the Parks and Rec Department, so now you can see 15, 16, and 17. These are the trees planted by the Parks and Rec Department. Here they are all located on the map. Here's all the trees planted by
Yeah, interchange.
Right. Yeah, we'll look closer at that. So if you select VDOT as your planting agency. You can see right here is the interchange. So if we go to 16 when they were all planted and further drill down, now we're going to focus, there they are. So there are all the trees that were planted as a part of the interchange project. And the plan is to, by the end of this year, to have this as a sort of a public facing. With this platform, you can put it out on the website, and so citizens will be able to get their own insights as to what's going on with tree plantings.
That's pretty amazing.
Thanks. Yeah, it's this is a great tool, and hopefully by December or so, it could be online, and that anyone could look at it. And it'll also help track things like what our CIP requests have been in the past. And so when we come to council ever saying, here's where we need money, you can say, well, how much have we given you in the past, and why, and was it spent, and was it not spent? Where was it spent? So this, right here starts to say, okay, the blue line is where we requested $50,000. That $50,000 was essentially to purchase 200 trees for planting. 25,000 was approved. There was existing carryover at the time. That carryover has slowly diminished. But it shows where the revenues were, and then also where the plantings occurred in those, where the actual tree plantings. 15,000 went to tree planting in 2017, almost 38,000. And also see where the preservation was really a huge number, and that's why last year, council, thank you for approving the CIP allocation to go preservation be lumped into the general fund as opposed to being a CIP request every year just to maintain trees. So anyway, this is a small one of the items in that presentation. The other ones, this is you can sort by tree canopy. We can just see over time. Next year we'll check again in the tree canopy, but it's been declining. It's roughly about 5% decline in the last. Well, this is from 2014 to 2004. And so that's about 350 acres of trees, of canopy that's been lost in the city. And we assume this will, with development patterns and urbanization, this will continue to decline. So there is a real need for proactive planning of our canopy and not just maintaining it. So these are numbers that are real. And then we also look at, the size of trees planted. If we're removing, our larger forests, which are large canopy trees, and we're planting them back with smaller trees, what is the right ratio of large trees to small trees? How do we, small tree has a small amount of canopy, large tree has a larger canopy. So how are we protecting that overall canopy? And then removals versus planting. So this is just looking at 17 and 18. And again, these numbers will track into the future. So we'll really have a great guide of what we're doing. If we're planting 322 trees, but we're removing over half of those trees, of removals, or we're really adding 200 trees a year. How are we tracking our improvements of our canopy? And then who is doing that improvements? Where is it coming from? VDOT, you can see in 2016 with the interchange planted all those trees in that area. And then also where are they going? Are they going in our parks, in our schools? So you can track all this information here. And this is looking at existing in the neighborhoods. This is really helpful for us to say, well, Star Hill has only 9 acres of tree canopy, but it's also one of the smallest neighborhoods. You can see there's the yellow line is actually the amount of available possible planting area. That's essentially people's backyards. It's greens, lawn areas that you could plant a tree in. So we looked at this chart and saw that pretty much the Meadows, the Woolen Mills, Ridge Street, Fifeville, Venable, they have over 50 acres of available planting area where you could actually plant, you could really go in with a tree planting effort in people's private properties and make a big impact in those areas.
But can I ask a question, though? Then it does mean in those other areas that when you look on the general map, there are a few trees. They're the only place available is the public right-of-way? Is that?
Not necessarily, because the public right-of-way is often only about 5 feet, and that's usually a sidewalk,
right,
or less.
So
it's mostly in private areas that you'd have to plant, particularly in the smaller neighborhoods. This is another way of breaking it down. This is looking at the same neighborhoods, but this is looking at existing tree canopy. So how much canopy they have in the neighborhoods now is by percentage, not acres. And then possible planting area, and then unsuitable canopy tree planting area, which would be sidewalks and parking lots and such. So again, looking at 45% is a threshold. So Woolen Mill, Fifeville, Belmont, Jefferson Park Avenue, Martha Jeff, all the way down to 10th and Page, Rose Hill, Star Hill. Anyway, so I'll quickly move through. So we're working through our. So one strategy that came out of this is how do we get trees into private property? And so working with the Charlottesville Area Tree Stewards, we've basically knocked on doors in certain streets that had no trees and asked people if they wanted a tree. And then we actually raised money independently to plant in people's yards. And this is a free program where people can just get a tree planted in their front yard. So this is with the Tree Commission and CATS again. So made a Facebook page. This was just to help get news out about trees and local news, tree sales, events for people to check out. And then we are always looking at site plans that come in and helping add comments about trees and types and soil volumes and how we can really help get great development in our city and great trees and room for trees. And so how to, East High and the Belmont Bridge design, we were involved in those design processes, really advocating for how we're getting great walkable streets with shade. Standards Design Manual update, all the codes. I mean, that's a constant effort to keep that up. We worked with the 3rd and 4th graders at Venable to, they actually submitted this tree for an ordinance. Thank you for approving that conservation ordinance. And they actually filled out the sheet themselves. They measured it. It was a lot of fun to go meet with them about this tree and kind of building investment in our trees in the youth of our city. So also we put other trees forward that are really notable trees in the city for conservation. So we're always advocating for trees. We've advocated for instead of 100 trees a year, going to 200 trees per year, which is now in code. We've advocated for additional budget and CIP, which you all helped with last year. And then, how can you help going forward? I think this is the one time of the year where you say, okay, what can you do? And this is a big challenge. I think it's trees are a huge benefit. I mean, they create walkable communities. They bring people outside. They're comfortable. They're cool to be in the shade. It's good for senior citizens. It's good for kids. Trees have, canopy has shown to reduce crime rates. It's lowered blood pressure. I mean, there's just these great benefits of trees. They're really, and there's also the stormwater benefits, and then the economic benefits of canopy in communities and raising property values and such, which has its pros and cons. But trees are vital in the community. And so this is where we have so many conflicts with trees. I mean, often people sort of roll their eyes. Some people leave when the trees are talked about. It's, they're underrepresented and undercared for often, I love trees. Yeah, thank you. It's, Public Works, they probably would feel similarly about not liking trees. They're a hindrance in underground utilities. It's the roots get in the way. The tree is in the way of a utility as it grows. Overhead utilities. There's a 15-foot right-of-way around power lines, and we have power lines and different utilities on both sides of the streets. So people in their communities can't have street trees. So you can't walk on your street. So you have power lines. We've given away the rights on both sides of the streets. I mean, how are we planning for a great community in great neighborhoods and places where people like trees build community where you're comfortable? The downtown mall is successful, I believe, because of those trees. If they weren't there, it would just be a hot place. The shade and the cooling and all the benefits. So, development's going to increase. There's more conflict coming, and so I think the biggest thing, Parks and Rec does an exceptional job in the maintenance and the preservation of trees, but trees are infrastructure, and how do we, how are they involved in the planning process? How are we, mutually integrating trees with planning and development? And I think probably the best way to do that would be having someone in NDS, who was advocating in the planning component, in the future of trees, really looking after our city's trees. So, how do we get the departments talking more? I think that probably is our takeaway. I've been on the commission for 5.5 years. It's been a real honor, and thank you for your time. So.
Is Are there any questions from council?
I have
Dr.
a question.
Bellamy?
I have a question, Mayor Walker. You said you want to go from 100 trees a year to 200 trees a year, and then you've mentioned a 45% threshold. Are there some benchmarks of good practice that communities should have in terms of tree coverage that you're aiming for? And if so, what is that for Charlottesville? 10 square miles. I've read somewhere that 13% of our land area is open space. Most cities, their open space is like about 10% or less. So, where are we in the grand
45%
thing?
is a great number to be at for a community our size. We're actually,
So 45% of the community would be in tree cover.
in tree cover.
Okay.
I think the tree commission we've advocated for 50%, a higher number, but gaining back 350 acres of urban canopy is a tall order. So, it's absolutely, we've seen the trajectory of development, and it's not like it's going, we're going to lose development. We're not. The city's going to keep growing. So we imagine that there's a real issue coming up on the forefront where we're going to suddenly drop below that 45%. And how are we preparing for that, into the future? So, does that answer your question? Okay.
In a way, I guess I'm trying to. What is the canopy cover now?
It is at 45% now.
It is at 45% now, but
well,
we want to
that's
go
as
up.
of 2000.
We want to maintain that or go above it? Is that you want 55%?
I'm content maintaining it. I think the tree
Maintaining it,
commission,
okay.
has advocated for actually a higher number at 50%. I know that for a fact. The tree commission advocates for a higher number.
Well, I do see, and this is something we've had a conversation about in some workshop 1 or 2 years ago, and the discussion came up about how do you insert more blocks and streets and alleys within your small area planning areas, just because they're going to be redeveloped. We talked about Vinegar Hill recently. That used to be 9 blocks. It is now 2 super blocks. And so when we did talk about that with the engineering and public works people, that allowed an opportunity for new streets and new alleys, and that could be where the utilities go, so that you could create streets that were more friendly to trees. So I guess I'm thinking that there isn't necessarily so dire a circumstance that we would be repurposing these areas. They actually could give us opportunities to get street trees in the right-of-way and not have some of those very desert-like areas of the city that have no canopy at all.
Mm-hmm.
So have you all been talking about that or working with any of the, I know you used to be on the Place Design Task Force.
I was, yeah. And we still have a member on the Place Design
Okay,
Task Force.
okay.
We have, I could go over the list of tasks that we're sort of, as volunteers,
All right,
sort of
you're right.
constantly looking at. And it's just a tall order for one commission.
Absolutely, so
to
it
kind
gets
of-
back to the city manager and how we look at our departments.
Yeah. So.
I think that the point you echoed, I mean, I didn't really think about it in the context of trees, just how important it is that our cross-functional teams are working well together. I think we've seen other areas, but, that was a new lens for me. I have a question about the maintenance, because I look at like the John Warner Parkway, whatever, Meadow Creek, whatever, I guess it's called John Warner. Who has, once we know that whoever's planting these trees, what is the maintenance plan? Like, is it our Parks and Rec is typically the ones that are responsible for the watering? And then what accountability does the person who provided the trees have if there is tree loss? Like, I'm just trying to understand, when we plant X number, how do we guarantee that those all make it to whatever useful state that they can? Because I just feel like, I know in my own yard, like there's a certain percentage that just don't make it past like the first season of things that I've planted, like shrubs or whatever. So I'm just kind of curious, like, how's that monitored and then those replaced? And I guess some of those costs then must fall on the supplier, but also there could be, a maintenance issue. And I'm just trying to understand, like, how do we kind of track that, I guess, as a city as well?
Yeah, I can let Mike weigh in on this as well, but I know that there's typically a 1-year warranty on trees that go in. So when an outside contractor puts them in, there's a 1-year warranty. That is, it has some issues with it because that contractor can, they're responsible to water those trees for a year.
Okay, so they do take that first year as their ownership.
But often it's easier for them not to water them and just replace them after a year.
Huh.
It's more, so that's like on Emmett, you can see all those trees that have been taken
Yeah.
down in front of the
boy.
Best Buy. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it's a
Wow.
typical strategy, unfortunately, that you would
Then you
just.
get a new year,
You put it in the ground and you replace it a year later.
but then they don't have another year warranty on that new tree.
Correct. The
So
warranty
they
is
just
over at that point.
got enough.
So
Oh,
then
wow.
that falls to Parks and Rec to maintain all those trees and
Okay.
water those new trees. And so it's a tall order.
Yeah.
But.
I just drove by the motto,
Is that
yeah.
relatively fair? Yeah, yeah.
Not just driving down John Warner Parkway, many days for over the course of the time after those are planted.
You've
You just
seen-
see that some of them aren't going to make
There's-
it, and you
I
just
mean-
wonder, I want to make sure I understood that are those numbers still reflect that something's been done to try to replace that, but then the ownership is then falling back on the city to bring those to like a longer term life.
For the John Warner Parkway, the trees, I mean, I think there's generally a 5 to 10%, failure, rate where you're not going to replace those trees potentially. They're actually all planted pretty close on center, so I would think the ones that are a structural element of the design would probably be replaced, but I can let Mike speak to that. I mean,
And even
the
though
ones-
VDOT planted those, it still would fall on the city ultimately at the end.
Well, it's past the
Right.
warranty period, so that does fall into the city, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question just about a success story. So just like a few years down the road, Preston Avenue, those trees that were put in, do you know, when were those put in? Because they're, that stretch from, like the Dairy Building down to the
You mean
bridge.
median, in the median or on the side?
In the median,
Yeah.
yeah, they're just beautiful, and it's like
Yeah.
exactly what you think about how different it was when they weren't there, which I remember, and it just shows you how transformative it can be, and it's shady. I mean, I urge anybody who wants to know what this is about, just drive down Preston and you see what it's like when you have beautiful trees in the center of a median, and they're well planted, and they have symmetry, and they have canopy, and it's just awesome. I think we could do more with it. I mean, because you could hang out in the median. How did
Yeah.
that happen? What was it? How long did it take? Because a lot of this takes a while. Do you know? I'm not meaning to.
I couldn't tell you the exact date when that construction started, but I know that the reason those trees are successful is because of soil volume. Because they actually have soil volume to grow in. And so the most critical element to growing a big tree, it's like a bonsai tree. The reason that bonsai tree stays small is it has a limited capacity to grow. It can't grow out of its pot. It stays stunted. So you're stunting nutrients. And so if you have uncompacted soil volume, like you do in the middle of Preston, you can grow really big trees because they're healthy. It's like almost like a forest environment where those trees are growing in loose soils. But if you put a tree in the middle of a parking lot or a sidewalk, that tree will be stunted by the compaction around it, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
So how do the ones in the downtown mall grow so tall? Is the
So
soil
that's
underneath?
that's a few things, but I suspect it's the design actually designed for uncompacted. So the actual slab that is above grade. So if you ever open up the grades, you'll see there's actually a few feet below. So there's uncompacted soil underneath all of those. So that's how it was designed. But then on top of that, there's no, actually the groundwater comes up when the bricks get warm, and that hits the bottom of the concrete that holds the bricks, and then basically waters the trees. So there's groundwater coming up when the paving warms and actually feeding the trees. So it's actually a really unique system, and it's one of that's
More
why
than
they
you ever
succeed.
thought you would.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
All right.
Very good
Thank
presentation.
you.
I really
Yeah.
appreciated the interactive technology. Thank you.
Okay, next we have interim regulations for bicycle and e-scooter sharing system. First of one reading.
Are they doing the presentation?
Oh,
It is,
This is hard to come by. However they did this. This is like-
Is Heather down here like, I don't know what's gotten into you. Like some,
Just put some words in my mouth.
this is
all right.
Mayor Walker and fellow city councilors, my name is Jason Ness with the Office of Economic Development. I will talk quickly about scooters, and not to hold up anyone the rest of the night. to have a few just more pictures to show as examples, and we'll move through it pretty quickly, but welcome obviously any comments that you have. Before you is a ordinance, a permit program for scooters, or electric bicycle and scooter system, sharing systems. It's a relatively new type of technology that localities around the country and some cities internationally have been struggling to deal with. We have been working on this for several months, kind of monitoring this, realizing it's going to come to Charlottesville at some point, one way or another. And so we've been working with other localities to gather information as well to try and make this pilot program work as best as possible. It's a new type of transportation, as I mentioned, mostly because it solely relies on the public right-of-way for parking, but also for use, obviously, on sidewalks where it's allowed and in the streets. It started on the West Coast where it was primarily funded and has moved towards the East Coast, starting in large urban cities, and now